Mm, yep. Good morning. This is from yesterday. Ignore that. T-Gen Friday. We'll see what happens. The economic data so far this morning's really bad, but since when has the market given a shit about that? Did you dump Amazon 130C weeklies on open? I got some to hedge my puts. Probably not a terrible idea. I don't know if Amazon's gonna go up much more, especially with like the bad consumer spending data. I'm too degen to quit my spy puts. I mean, if today doesn't work out, I'm gonna roll them probably. Jesus Christ, man. Give me so much crap. We're gambling on Getty today, right? I don't know. I saw it. It came up on like one of my old scanners. It's like way up this morning, right? I probably wouldn't. Well, maybe. Hold on. I guess it's got more room to the upside, a little bit. This is like just listed, right? Risky. Not well rested at all. I was up all night fucking with data on GameStop. Today, I'm proud to announce I've made the achievement of being timed out 4 times before market open. I take this as a personal moment of pride from Carl Low T. Can you please ask BlackRock to crash the SPY? I don't know if I need to ask them to. Intel getting nuked. To roll the earnings call back to net zero before the poorest can get in. Like yesterday, I still feel confident the SPY is going to pull back, but I don't trust the irrationality. Might need to adjust position. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be my goal. I'm just hoping that with we have 2 minutes till the PMI data. If the PMI data misses pretty hard, then we might just get like a nice dip. I mean, they may not stop the run, but we may get a dip to exit on. What are you looking for? Timeline to roll your 819 puts? Certain price level, time? Uh, Probably looking to roll them sometime today, and at least pull them back and wait for some end of this to be in sight. The problem is that this already looked like it was ending yesterday, right? Like that low volume upside. The question is if bears capitulate, sell off, and go long, then it can really fucking rally. And then you're trapped under, the weight of the whole market moving against you. Maybe still Jimmy CCs until Monday FTDs come in? Or today? I might sell some today if I see an opportunity. But just like expiration today. The ETF FTDs next week aren't until the 4th. So, and I'm not particularly worried about like the MM FTD period. How many hours of sleep do you aim to get each night? Like 3, at least 3. I got I just got my tits all jacked last night, and then just was really digging into a bunch of stuff. Ding ding. We're talking about ourselves. No, institutions. We don't like our effect is irrelevant, right? Morning. JPOW said 3 times from now that they're data driven and avoided forward guidance. Could this rally be that participants feel free to use their own risk models until further news? Maybe? Tesla moving down. All right. 34.0 GT GME CCs really risky. I mean, they're kind of risky. Yeah. Gamma Max don't have it yet. Still waiting on the cat. But probably not a lot of change since yesterday. Why would you care about Gamma Max today? I highly doubt GameStop's gonna run today. The rest of the market, that's a different story. We might have a little, if you look at the daily DD. So they didn't generate a lot of liquidity this morning, and there's a little bit of negative arbitrage. So we might run up to like 34, 34.50, right at market open, and then probably back down after that, once that's resolved. Did the shorts just leave GME? I don't think so. But digging in, do you mean TFT? No, I did like a VC yesterday for shit 5 hours with like some of the quants, and then I was doing my own stuff for a few hours before that. If GME is generating accelerated FTDs, then why aren't we seeing exercised calls on Philadelphia? It's a good question. So some BBYCCs. BBYCCs for next week, $6 strike, because I figured I already have cheapish $5 leaps, and it's probably not going to hit. Is this a reasonable move? Could be. How can you tell they're generating liquidity on GMA? Big brain. That's I can't comment a lot on it. No more private chats with wealthy patrons? No. By the way, I disclosed that to everybody for full transparency. I didn't have to. Yeah, trust me, bro. Exactly. Baba doing a dumpster dive. Oh yeah, Baba tanked fucking hard in the pre-market. Well, we put our I put. Do you believe Freeman's actually 20 years old? Sure. Did you catch any of the Freeman Twitter Space interviews with the DD guys? Yeah, I mean, he mostly discussed the same things he discussed with us, right? He's limited in what he can talk about due to, SEC rules. Is Linux confirmed? No, I don't think so. I think the August 2nd's a little too early. Hopefully Linux doesn't buy a bunch of fucking weeklies again and then get burned. If any pickles were too G-Gen to get out of Baba yesterday. You gave them one more chance. Yeah. Okay, what's PMI data look like? That should be out now. Let's see if we get just a full round of shit economic news this morning. Chicago PMI. June of 2020 fell to 56, below forecast of 58. It's the lowest reading since August of 2020. So Chicago PMI is it measures the performance of the manufacturing and non-manufacturing sectors in the Chicago region, which is, you know, a big hotbed of manufacturing activity. It tracks production, new orders, I think order backlog, and supplier deliveries. I might be missing something. Employment? Maybe employment. And then it adjusts seasonally month to month comparisons. It's the highest it's ever hit is somewhere in the 80s. The lowest it's ever hit's like somewhere in the 20s. But it's like an important litmus test of manufacturing like costs and capabilities. So yeah, we got a full round of dog shit. I'm showing June up already. It's not in 8 minutes. Oh, no, PMI's up now. Super hot kitty. There's a right? Is that the old one? It's already showing results for June. Or is that the previous? Is this going to be the July report? It should be the previous month, right? The chart's frozen. That's fine. Up at 9:45. July. Oh, July's. Okay. Okay. Never mind. That's June's. Seven minutes. Okay. My bad. Why the fuck does this show it at 9:30? Let me check trading economics. This website's usually more reliable. Okay, 9:45. Yep, that's 9:45. Big drop. Wait, today 420. We'll say. Is that in 7 minutes? It'll be for July. But when's a good time to get 826 calls for GMA? IV is really low right now, so something to consider. Starting at June's report, the fuck are you all talking about? I'm looking at it right now. That's weird. Usually, well, because usually economic data is like the previous month, right? It's not the current month. So that's a bit strange. I haven't been here in a couple weeks. I just want to say Diamond had cat calls from 85 to 65 to 190, made 15%. Diamond handing options is the way. No, no. That's not the lesson you should have learned from that, Bob Vance. Vance Refrigeration. Boom Hunter Pro Rep. What's the weirdest stock that exists? Like, I was surprised with WWE. Eh, I don't know. There's a lot of weird ones. How's the wash sale rule applied? Through cost basis or specific identification individually for each share? How does it impact selling CCs and CSPs if assigned on a CC? And if you're assigned on a CC below your cost basis and then you buy back in at a loss, you would be, given a wash sale. Amazon Drive cloud storage is shutting down December 31st, 2023. Interesting. You'll load my life savings into TR. Thoughts? Well, it probably won't go down a lot. I don't know if you'll beat inflation, but most efficient way to add 1K shares today, sell 0 DTE CSP? Probably. Like in the money. Zom 130? You keep saying that every day. I'm not sure why. When you buy CCs today, would you mind sort of mumbling out loud exactly what you're doing? I don't have any CCs outstanding right now. Thanks, by the way. I got my PDT removed. Sad that my account is back in that territory, but hopefully I'll learn something and make it back. I hope so. Sorry to hear that, man. Spy will make me a hobo. Did you close your spy puts? Not yet. How does one remove PDT? You can usually remove one by calling your broker and just, kind of explaining that it was a mistake. More than one, you can't. Like, no broker is gonna give you that. Wix just dropped a lot. Interesting. Yeah. So a lot of what's going on right now, if you've been watching the VIX like this last week, it doesn't look like it's just repositioning on the SPY. Like the SPY doesn't really have a lot of upside support, right? Neither does the SPX. And so I think a lot of what we're seeing is like a pump of the market and a big short of the VIX. And I think that one goes that way. I think the reason we're seeing that is someone's trying to go long volatility, like big long volatility, and they're trying to drive the VIX down as much as they can in order to do so. Like because this pump in the market is just supported at like the level institutionally. It's just supported at the level it reaches. So it like reaches 408 and you see some calls come in to like support price action. 409, you'll see some calls come in to support price action. And we saw this like all the way up from like 400, which is where the majority of interest was. Um every level it's hitting, we're seeing like a little bit of call volume come in just to support it, right? And then it'll pump up to the next level, a little more call volume comes in. And if they're doing that, or if they're doing what it looks like they're doing, and they're trying to go very long volatility, that's like prepping for a crash, right? That's not bullish. Okay, so Chicago PMI is out now. See if I can get the report. Oh, load you, bitch. Sounds like market manipulation to me. I mean, sure. Just, yeah, there's a very fine line between market manipulation and, strategic, like big strategic moves when you have shitloads of capital. There's no rule about like not being able to use your capital to influence the markets. US July Chicago PMI 52. Ooh, that's a big fucking drop. Thank you, Space Banana. Yeah, it's not loading for me over here. Piece of shit. Good morning, sir. I have some SPY 390p dates for August 29th. Thinking about waiting another week before I roll. Do you think it's wise to wait it out another week and see what happens, or will theta decay make it hard for these to print, even with a big drop in the SPY? Um, Theta decay could hurt if you have to wait for another week to hit those price targets. I'm kind of going to be watching the price action today and possibly, hedging my upside a little bit more. I already bought some calls at market open. Um, I might buy some more calls to hedge my upside, and then if it keeps running, I'll just leave those in place. If it starts to fall off, then I'll you know maintain my put position. But if it keeps climbing, I'm gonna sell it off and roll probably out to September once we do find a peak, right? I'm gonna wait and then re-enter when it looks like it's topping out. A person is misusing the term hobo. A bum is an involuntary homeless person. A hobo is an adventurous vagabond with no fixed domicile. Should probably buy some on here too. Balls. Oh, oh. How far out do you usually go? Like 3 to 6 months? It's funny how market manipulation is illegal and the entire thing is market manipulation. Yeah, market manipulation as defined by, the public is not how it is necessarily defined legally. Can you explain what means a Chicago PMI? I mean, it came in low. It's shitty. Bad news across the board for Chicago manufacturing, or majority bad news. Nice, Bradley. Congratulations, dude. Crash next week or closer to September. Market tends to do okay through August, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really know if historical market trends are applicable to a bear market. I would say volatility is too high to predict seasonal events. One of the I mean, the VIX is still fucking sitting above 20, right? One of the manufacturing economists I listened to said, once we fall below 52, alarm bells should be ringing for everyone for shit to hit the fan. 52.1 is pretty fucking close. How long will this long VIX pump likely continue for? Is the pump complete and await the next move? It's hard to say. Positionally, I would say it's not over until after today. Today's also the SPX options expiration, which is kind of a big deal. So today's SPX is Opex. So yeah, there's a part of me that's gonna, if this doesn't move up too much, is gonna probably consider holding my puts at least until Monday, for my August 19 puts until Monday. Yeah, PMI also bearish. That's a 4-point miss from the previous month. Almost a 4-point miss from the previous month. What you're saying about VIX, etc., makes sense because that's the only explanation I have as to why all the bad news has been ignored. I keep feeling like something will break. Yeah. I mean, Amazon earnings were not good enough for the move they saw. Neither were Apple's. They were both, I mean, year over year, not terrible, but it's still pretty shitty. And Amazon, what, beat on sales, what missed on earnings per share? And mostly through a lot of fudgy accounting, right? Like just raising fees across the board. But not really because performance had improved. Are you in Baba puts? No. I got out of my Baba puts yesterday. I actually did really well on Baba this week. Almost every day it's had a nice downside move that you can make money on. But yeah, if you held them into Friday, that's where it really dumped. How come you don't invest high yield dividend stocks? I prefer growth and covered calls. I have like a long-term holding account, like separate from GME and my trading stuff, which I posted in the Billionaires like value investment channel. So I have some like dividend, like decent yield. I think the whole portfolio is only like 3%, but most of the portfolio I sell covered calls on. Because you can make like 12, 16% yield on covered calls, which beats the shit out of most dividend stocks. Chicago PMI measures the performance of the manufacturing and non-manufacturing sector in the Chicago region. Yeah. Being said, this economist also said he didn't think we would fall below 55 until late fall. Well, it's a little earlier. How come you don't invest high yield? It's also rolling of the JPM collar. Yeah, that too. The index is computed production 0.25. Oh, okay. You're just explaining this to someone else? I feel like I went over this earlier. We're getting an announcement or another tweet from RC. I don't know. Who cares? IV on GME is up a little. Moderately. Well, I don't know if we keep on pumping. This pump is not looking as strong as yesterday. Very stable though. Is there more economic data today? What else is there? I know there's something else like later this afternoon, but less relevant. Michigan consumer sentiment comes in 10. So 4 more minutes. Market might be waiting on that. Consumer sentiment 0. Yeah, it rose in the last report on July 15th. It rose like 1.1 off of 50. I should have sold Jimmy before the split. It's literally bleeding slowly day by day. For now. Jimmy's doing some really interesting shit. Maybe be happy you didn't. Well, find other consumers before Q2 or you're fired. Spy to 425 next week. We'll see. I I don't think the run. I'm still not convinced the run has that much strength. We'll see how today plays out. Be patient. I know that's hard to do when Theta's roasting your fucking contracts, but or don't. I know I'm not positioned the same way as you, so you may have to manage your risk a little tighter. Have you seen no stimulus from China? Why'd you retract the message, Dork or Brian? What platform is that held in? It's across a few different brokerage accounts. That's just it just helps like me track everything at once. It's like a portfolio management program. My Palantir cost base is that low just because I sold super deep in the money calls like 90 DTE in November. Like my entire cost basis in Delta in the money, and the fucking stock just tanked. So can you explain net debit spreads on BBBY? Are you talking about like building synthetic longs because the how overpriced the puts are? Looks like 51.5 versus 51.1 expected. So slight increase. They're projecting a 12-month inflation of plus 5.2%. Fuck. Yeah, that's, I mean, and how can they do anything less than a 75 BPS hike next time with inflation expectations? The problem with that is it brings us over the neutral rate, which could be damaging. It's gonna pump yields. It's bad. Fighting active funds doesn't seem like a fun time. No. You mentioned IV sensitive options in your daily. Could you maybe expand on what you mean by that? Thanks, Teach. Well, anything delta insensitive with high Vega. So far out of the money, far dated calls. Um, so you can leverage delta without exposure to or you can leverage Vega without exposure to delta. So like January 2023, Jan 23, 237.50s are a good example. They have like zero, I think 0.003 delta. And the Vega is like 0.02. So their Vega sensitivity is much higher than their delta sensitivity. Delta rate of change in price, Vega rate of change in IV, right? So this means that regardless of what the price does, this contract's value will be dependent on Vega. Bail on puts? I don't know. It hasn't broken 410 yet. Bobby doing a squat. Ooh, interesting. How's GME looking? Cat moving up to 191. Remember 192.50. Very important resistance for Caterpillar. Careful with that. GME. GME not doing squats. Where did GME liquidity go? Serious question. I have reason to believe, based on some evidence, not a lot, but some evidence, that they are using ETFs to satisfy split obligations to some degree. And that is generating currently a very large percentage of volume traded as FTDs. I think it broke 410. Yeah, a little bit. Split date plus T35 plus 2 fireworks. No, not 35 and 2. They can use ETFs, right? And ETFs can write forward contracts. I might want to check DMs. Ooh. That's fucking interesting. Um, should I say something? What's the next Opex date for Jimmy? August 19th. August 19th is the expiration. Remember that the settlement comes after that. The the tips, well, I guess I'll just show everyone downloads. That's very compelling. It's on a lower time frame, right? Bobby's tips have touched. This is Bobby, and that's very rapid compression. How does that look on the longer time frame? IJRIJ. Interesting. Pretty, I don't know if Bobby's generating that many FTDs. Huh. Like IWM. The IWM's really fucking interesting. When did that dude buy in? On the 8th? Sometime between the 8th and the 12th? 13th? I can't remember when the fuck he brought in. I mean, he can't tell, but we kind of can. Shout out to all the EPAM holders. I thought I was the only one. Nice, Lorca. Be cautious with 147. Yeah. It's always just you and me. Yeah, no one else likes EPAM for some reason. It's like not interesting. I fucking love it. It moves $50 every 2 weeks. Oh, nice John Wilkes Booth. Snap moving up. He's looking good. Snap's like ripping. Everything looks like too bullish. Making fucking sense. Tesla breaking up to 866? Jesus fucking Christ. Tesla's like on a fast track to hit like 908 again. Maybe, well, by the time it reaches it, maybe like 90, 907, 907, 906. $10,000 call contracts in the money for BBBY at $5. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking OI on BBBY today. Free Dude's buy-in was July 20th. Date of event, which requires filing the statement. He wasn't required to file that statement. He doesn't have like a large enough ownership percentage. So he could have bought in and said nothing. You'd want the tips on the SPY to compress, not go to the ends of the earth. Did you reposition your puts? Some. I'm still holding my contracts for SPX. And SPY at 395. $502 doesn't matter. You want it to go like 10% in the money or more. Who the fuck is buying weeklies on Bobby is what I want to know. It's like, I want 700 of these 1 penny contracts. The pickle jar. It's me. This is just you guys. Fucking popcorn trader owns all 10,000 at $5. See the 5-minute chart on Bobby. 2 jacked for the 1 minute. 409.50 support on the SPY right now. I mean, this isn't really like a relevant support level, but sure. It's consolidating on 409.50. What's the indication in your data that shows a flood of FTDs that you speak of? GameStop's illiquidity is rising at a very rapid rate. Why no Bobby? Because it's going up like a penny at a time. Check out Getty. Low float due to high redemption. Waiting to buy a put. Probably a smart idea. Opinion on 46 plus 2. 46 plus 2 isn't a settlement period that exists. There's 6 plus 35C plus 3. That's a settlement period. I assume he's talking about settlement periods. Sounds like some super stonk shit. Like, hey guys, I found a pattern. I have shares in IRA that I'm holding since 14. I've been looking to get back in my regular account, but low on money. I think sub 30 is a discount. Yeah, it is. 30, yeah, 30 and below is very cheap. It's a song by Tool. Uh, What do you think of GME $35 September calls? Probably not terrible to hold for like a couple days through August Opex. That's probably what I'll be getting. What date in September did you roll your SPY puts to? 9/16. I haven't rolled all of them yet. I closed the 385s, 390s, and 400s. I left open the 403s and 405s. And then I bought some. So 403 and 405 for August 19th. 395, 403, and 405 for August 19th are still open. And I bought some 410s just now and slightly before. For September 16th. Bar chart, I believe, has free historical IV. Also, if you have TDA or Fidelity, they have it. What happened to the gamma imbalance on GME? I don't think it's going to be resolved. It's there, I think, but I don't think they're going to resolve it. Or if they are going to resolve it, they're going to resolve it synthetically through hedging and other assets. Did you overlay Tootsie Roll on top of the VW squeeze? I think it's a very similar pattern. Yeah, I don't think Tootsie Roll is going to squeeze with its like 2% short interest. The T plus 69 theory was mentioned in a positive light and heavily upvoted. It was kind of cute. Interesting. Was it appropriately credited? Probably not. Does that mean because of the positiveness? Does that mean the spiciness after Opex will go even higher due to the exponential amount of FTDs? We'll see. It's very interesting. I don't know. Remember, all squeezes start with FTDs. I was gone for a bit. Did you sell your 385, 390 SPY puts? Yes. Headed back to 480 now. Oh, most definitely not. I figured. When you say repositioning, you simply selling the option at a small loss and rebuying at another strike. Yes. The loss wasn't small, but that's how it went down. SPY to 420, 417 range is more likely. 420 would be kind of crazy. Maybe tap 420. It'd be a slog for it to drive up that far though with the current like call interest. There's just not a lot to support the move. Seven DTE Tesla 750s are so cheap. That's because they're not going to go in the money, Carl. There's no upside resistance until 420. There's also nothing to push it up to 420. Do I drive over an hour to cross the state line to buy lotto tickets, or do I stay at home and watch the market? It's up to you. I completed my first option. I put on Baba. I made a little over 1,200. Thanks for all you do. Nice, man. Congratulations. Still in rad, up 10% today. No. I closed my leaps on that last rally. Like when they were worth something. If it reaches 420, it's just pure FOMO. Is there anything in the purchase you can set to automatically buy back a CC if the underlying starts running up? Yeah, you can set like a stop or a take profit. How many SPY calls ratio to puts do you have to hedge the upside? I have 125, 410, 0 DTEs. Which I should probably shed some of now that they're up 60%. Jan 237.50s have higher delta than Vega. They shouldn't. That'd be weird. Hold on, let me finish setting stops on these 0 DTEs while they're up. I'll check it. %, take profit. What was I checking? Oh wait, hold on. I don't have stops on these. Sold cat at 192 resistance. I guess I should have waited a bit. It's 192.50 is the resistance. I haven't gotten stopped out on anything yet. I just set stops. 100 calls is not gonna crash the fucking SPY. Options, July 23, Jan 23. 30. Oh, okay. So these don't have it anymore because of the fucking split. October's. Nope. And 23. You probably have to, you might have to go down the chain more to find higher Vega relative to Delta. Why the fuck are they pricing options so high? Further out? Jesus Christ. Up 23, 80. Up 23 goes to 80. 23. That's interesting. How the fuck are they going to hedge volatility? August 23, $80 calls. There's no one in them, but those aren't terrible. Yeah, the split has fucked up the delta sensitivity kind of across the board on these, but they're still very delta insensitive. You know, at like point. There's the Jans. At like 0.03. They will be more delta sensitive than they used to be. They used to have higher Vega and less delta sensitivity, but delta's priced way up across the whole chain. Like the market makers are like targeting like 20% chance of hitting $80 by April 23rd or April 21st, 2023, which is fucking nuts. Like these Jan 24s at 127.50 are being priced at a 25% chance of going in the money. Fuck. Bullish call prices? Yeah, the delta's really high on the far end of the chain. That's kind of nuts. Is selling poor man covered calls a good strategy now that IV is low? I mean, it's actually better when IV is high. Now's a good time to buy leaps to sell PMCCs on, right? Like far dated calls, and you can sell PMCCs against them. Sold my puts at a bad loss in my entry position. What are you looking for a top on the SPY? I mean, it's hard to say when the SPY is going to top because it's being unreasonably bullish. Did I get stopped out? Oh, I did. Okay. Um, can you hide your stock positions and your WeBull positions? For this account? No. I could do that. Why? Cap pumping to next resistance, 1950 or 195.50, 195.80. The 195.64. It's getting close. Who's DD? I didn't read anyone's DD last night. Was there DD? Take a look at DVN for me. I got 20 contracts for 60 calls. August 12th, 120% up. Set stops or keep riding. DVN. Devon Energy. Ooh, nice. You're at 60 strike. Good strike. Little resistance coming up, but it's got some more room. 64 it could hit. 63.35 on the low end. How are the tips looking on the Bobby? So they touched on the 1 minute, which is kind of indicative of like short-term price improvement. Lost 5,800 on the SPY, made $70 on BBY. I'm on the come up. Nice. The slow grind of refilling your port with covered calls. Poor man's covered call? Yeah, you own like you own a leap, right? And you sell naked calls above it. Or a naked call. So like say there's 35, you can sell like 37.50s. Because then if the price goes up, which would risk your naked call, you can sell or exercise the leap and satisfy the naked call. Next big resistance for cats at 95.64. What do you think about VIX $30 calls for Jan 2023? A little far out of the money, but maybe not bad. You'll need a big downturn. Like 500 basis points. Wasn't covered calls. I bought like $45 monthlies. I can't wait for August 15 to see SEC FTD report of the second half of July. Me too. Especially if the dates I predicted in today's daily DD show the highest concentration of GME FTDs. That would indicate that we found a model for predicting FTDs on GameStop in advance of the reports. We'll see. It's pretty fucking juicy. I'm not gonna lie. CSPs for next week seem like a good play. Yeah, not too bad, actually. But I'd be careful with Monday and Tuesday. Monday, Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. Yeah, I'd be cautious. Well, if I was gonna sell them before then, I'd at least give myself a little room. Expect to see high FTDs on June 1st, 5th through 8th, and 11th. Yep. I miss being irrationally bullish on GME short term. You've cursed me with the touch of knowledge. Give me back my naivete. It's not worth the amount of money I'm making. I'm sorry, man. Do you think J-Pow can keep the soft landing going until after midterms, or is it looking too bad? CPI is going to be a bitch. That plus SLD. Remember, they come in at the same time. So I left. So for 819 right now, I have SPY 405, 403, 395. I have SPX 4050 and 3950. For 916 right now, I have SPX 3900 and SPY 410, 405. Jimmy dead? No? What other puts do you have in the market? I have some Tesla 835s and 830s. Not many. I sold half of them yesterday when they went in the money, but I still have a few left, like 5 of them, I think. About 2 and 3. Mayor of New York officially announced we're in a recession and Wall Street is collapsing. Sounds pretty accurate, actually. I'm happy for all of you who are making money. Any winning strategies for those with ADHD, a full-time job during market hours, and a toddler running around? You can do buy rights, like on long-term investments. Um, those can be pretty profitable and basically require no management, right? Just make sure your stock isn't tanking, but you can sell like far dated CSPs and see if you get assigned. You've been spreading, while you I've been watching for a while, and with the knowledge you've been spreading, I've been making a little under 1K a week with calls, but you put together a smooth brain version. Have a great Friday, sir. Thank you so much, man. You too. Is there a bear case of the low liquidity in GME? Mayor of New York's just probably short the SPY, right? Is there a bear case for low liquidity in GME, or is it only helping our potential VUP when volumetric covering occurs next? I think it's building up quite the VUP if volumetric covering occurs. And, you know, the rate of failure would be indicative of the necessity to cover volumetrically. Everyone is short the SPY, and the SPY don't care. That's true. Is Mayor of New York in this chat? Let me hear a Q. The next thing next week, market might see big downs and absolutely zero news because nothing makes sense now. Yeah, and what's interesting more so is that next week is generally a very bullish week. Like the week coming into SLD is usually quite bullish. Like that's like all the big, like next week's all the big employment data which they keep going on about. Like all the jobs reports and shit. So the market, I mean, like the economy should love this next week. But SPX Opex is today. So we'll see which one wins. The options of the news. Is Mayor of New York in this chat? Oh, today's payday. Today is the first payday in a while that I didn't throw all of it into dumb options. You missed out on a sweet taste of SPY 4100 DTEs. Those were fun. Are you holding off of GME cover calls for now? Probably until end of day. And then I might sell some into next week, like early next week, and then pull them back. How do you think SPX Opex will pan out tomorrow? Are there a lot of puts expiring? There's a lot of calls closing. SPY falling out of the channel. Starting to. Not quite yet. I mean, it hasn't broken the EMA 30. It's still bullish. Will SPY have positive gamma? Well, you have to, so if the gamma is positive, then the market maker is hedging down. No, probably not. There's not a like this isn't pushing a lot of calls in the money. Because I want to get the higher strikes while they're in the money, Stannis. And I hedged the upside. So I bought calls first before the breakout. And I used the profits to roll. That way I could buy like 410s while they were out of the money. Instead of buying them in the money. Calls on GME? Not yet, no. I don't even know if I'm gonna buy calls for like the FTDs. I might just use it to sell like covered calls into the pre-Opex period. Pile of SPX 4050 puts, September puts just came in. Yeah, there's there's a lot of repositioning to September. Would you take the 50% loss or wait until next week? I mean, I still have my 395 819s. They're my furthest out of the money 819s, but I still have them. Because I think I have enough time to pull those back without realizing such a big loss. I may still realize a loss, but not maybe not 60% or whatever it is right now. Is it weird that my 8.5 20p that costs $9 is up 1700% today? I can't sell even at the mark. Bid is 0.02, ask is 3.55. Is that just some pleb being dumb with an ask? I mean, it's probably the market maker. Sounds like you're not getting a fill unless it's at 2 cents. GME 7 DT 32 CSPs really have 0.3 delta. The post-float strikes seemingly loom closer than they ought to be. Bad time to sell some today or what? It's not terrible. I mean, what's the premium on them? You'd be buying shares at what, options. 32s. That's 32s, 0.35 delta. So you get $93 premium. Wow, $86 premium for a $3,200 expenditure. 2% return. Not great. 2.6% return, but August 12 32s are much better. Delta's relatively the same, but return on investment's higher. Those are like last was 2.0. Mid. This is not showing mid. The fucking options. Mid. There we go. What? Mid's 1.68. Yeah, those are like a 5.2% return. On August 19s are what, like two August 19s are 7% return on capital. There are a lot of FTDs being traded. It's not that FTDs are being traded, it's that FTDs are being created. It was a game of hot potato until Opex. Could be. This market should be tried and hanged for witchcraft. Spy's starting to do that thing. Ooh. That thing where people start selling off all their 0DT long positions. I'm glad I'm already out. Was the SLD exposure again? Thanks. Next SLD period is August 17th. Deposits begin on August 17th. What do you think of knock? I still hold some from last year's meme craze. Recently had a pump along with part of their share buyback playing out. I think it'll go further up or continue to slide. I hate that stock. And I don't think the company's got that much growth in its future. So if you want to hold it for 10 years or so, maybe 20, it could see some potential, but I really don't like it. How to get cavities filled? What did I miss? I was able to read the bear market rally post Drumbeater wrote. Seems to be accurate, and he called yesterday's pop from 398 to 400. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty obvious that it's a bear market rally. Didn't we discuss that yesterday? Like how it tanked on Tuesday, which caused puts to close. Anyway, I have no idea. I don't really see people's DDs. Where was it posted? What are the downside penalties to closing an out of the money sold CC before the expiry date? Do you pay back a % of the premium to time left or something else? Yeah, basically. You pay the premium of whatever the contract is worth at the time to buy it back, whether that be more or less than you received for selling it. What would be the reason to move to a later date, same strike, versus waiting and potentially buying higher strikes for the SPY? More time, less theta decay, better profitability on the options contracts. I'm going to be honest, I bought it purely because I heard they were going to build a tele-network on the moon, and that sounded dope. Yeah, no problem, dude. They have some like 5G contracts that are pretty profitable. They've been doing better, but it's really slow growth. There's downside in a bear. And also, there's a lot of high frequency trading, like a lot of high frequency trading on Nokia, which makes it well, it reduces the realization of long-term price improvement. It was posted in the Pi-Fi Reddit. I don't read that shit. I mean, when you're in a bear market and the SPY fucking moves up 300 basis points, that's a bear rally. That's like an oversold rally, right? And so what happens is, you know, the price dives. Generally, how these are created is the price dives very, very hard, right? And it'll put a lot of puts in the money. So, like, right here is kind of where we saw it begin. Ah, son of a bitch. Through this period. And so you get a lot of short capitulation as these shorts go in the money and they sell off. And that triggers a de-hedging from the market maker, right? Which then, you know, can trigger FOMO. And this is across multiple assets, right? It's across not only the SPY, but like SPX, futures contracts. Because of we're looking at like the whole index, right? And then the underlying stocks as well. So the force can be quite strong. And then, eventually, the market maker hedge, much like on GameStop, will start to, go limp. And then when that happens, puts will reposition at the top and then drive the market down like on a new leg even further. This is where you get like a lot of big like mutual fund repositions and stuff like that on their like, like collars, straddles, huge spreads. Those all reposition, and these are like billion-dollar positions. So they really move the market. One of the ways to tell is when you see the SPY drastically outperforming the securities contained within the SPY, right? The problem with them is they're very unpredictable. And they're a big risk for people who are bearish in the medium to long term. Obviously, as many of you found out this week, they can burn you really, really hard, especially if you don't have a lot of time on your position. And these can happen in the overall market. They can happen on individual stocks as they become oversold. It's one of the reasons, shorts go long short, right? Because they don't care about the valuation and the speculation, right? They care that the underlying asset is overvalued, and they will wait until it is valued appropriately. Otherwise, you'd be like, why would anyone ever actually short anything except maybe hedging? But that's why you go long short, because something is truly overvalued, then it will eventually reach an equilibrium where it is valued appropriately. It's the same reason you go long, right? I mean, I'm told that Dr. Gingerballs is working on a new DD. Based on past performance, I would respectfully suggest they stick to the DD found at the Gentleman's Club. Absolutely not. I can't wait to read it. What do you think are good opportunities for cover calls on GME for next week? I mean, there aren't a lot of them, but if you're far enough out of the money and can resist a small run up, which could go as high as like 30, 35, maybe 37, then if you're beyond that, you're probably not in too much risk. Hmm. Any good reason to get into Amazon 130Ps for September right now? Might not be terrible. Does SPX trade Saturdays? No? The futures do. Well, they trade into after hours tonight, and then they're closed, and then they reopen Sunday. Sort of. I think you can trade SPX on Saturdays, but it's like synthetic trading of it. Like I think TDA offers it. They added a bunch of products for like 24/7 index trading. So technically, yes. I rolled some of them already today. Sorry, I was just trying to look something up here. I didn't really need to. But I didn't even bounce on VWAP. Bullish, bearish. Well, may have answered this, but do you think we've seen the top of the SPY? It's very possible. Good time for cat puts. No, I don't like playing the downside on cat. You can try it. It's expensive and doesn't really, generally isn't worth it. I strongly believe that since most of retail jumped into a bull market starting in 2020, their emotions and viewpoint don't let them believe in a bear market. It's going to be an interesting winter. Yeah. No, I don't like Fibonacci's, and I don't think they're reliable. They're okay. Mediocre at predicting price movement. They're popular, which helps a little bit. Someone asked a question about vertical spreads, and now I can't find it. I was trying to read it, and the chat moved. Biggest one-day rallies are during bear markets. Basically, big fall, 2 shorts take profit, longs buy it up thinking it's over, 4 exit liquidity enters, shorts re-enter, 6 profit. What do you think are good opportunities for CCs for GME next week? I don't know yet. GME next week's tricky because we haven't had any upside moves since the split, and we don't know how the stock is going to react to buy pressure yet. So it's risky. I'm not gonna lie to anybody. Selling covered calls next week is gonna present some risk. Um, Not that I hate them, but I'd probably sell them further out of the money, and at a so far out that they probably would be very profitable and unless sold in really large numbers. Oh, here it is. I asked around last night, but I'd like to know your opinion on vertical credit spreads. Besides capped P&Ls, is there really a downside? Well, you profit from time and value decay, right? In a vertical credit spread. So as long as the stock remains stationary, you remain profitable, right? So, it frees you up from like having to time it and predict the direction of the underlying. But it also, I mean, massively caps profits. And there is some risk. I mean, you could be exercised on your credit position, which can open you up to margin risk. I don't like them. They're very boring. Futures, same as pasts. I wish I could trade pasts. Spy back to 407. Might. Starting to drop. Looking very good for my 410 puts. You mentioned SPX has a bunch of calls expiring today. Total OI for SPY puts expiring today is 1.4 million. Calls expiring is 500K. Am I missing something? Not all calls are long, and not all puts are long. You're assuming that all puts and calls are directionally relevant. Like calls are bullish, puts are bearish. There's lots of sold puts and like short puts and short calls. Also, the SPY is an index. The SPY is an ETF that tracks an index. That index is, the S&P, so the SPX, and it maintains NAV in line with the index it tracks. So it is influenced by its own options, but only moderately. However, options on the SPY do not influence the index. How do you find out if puts or calls are long or short? You have to make assumptions about the strategy. Other than that, you really can't. You can estimate whether, the market makers are dealer long or like dealer short, but it's unreliable. Very. I've yet to find any super reliable data that estimates that. You can use, gamma imbalance to some degree predict directionality from the market maker hedge. But with high accuracy, no. I mean, at quant funds, they run Monte Carlo simulations on those to determine, all the possible outcomes and try to hedge, the highest probabilistic scenario. If your MM's fund saw retail sentiment, wouldn't you also pump then tank and steal our short premium? They don't care about our tiny amount of money. Not the people pumping and selling off the indexes. They don't give a shit about retail traders. Even if we were coming in the market with like a couple $1 billion, or if retail was that strong, which they're not right now, but if they were, like say 5 billion, it would still be irrelevant to the size of these positions. And it's all over the place, right? And probably not nearly as well positioned. Are your price targets, like, if anything, retail just creates volatility. Are your price targets 380, 385 on the SPY? The same after rolling? No, I rolled up. Currently, my lowest strike is 395. Which indicators? So if I'm building an account and I sell one CSP and make 3%, that's not enough to sell another CSP. What do I do with the premium until I have enough to sell a second CSP? Save it? I mean, you can put it in something that you think will improve in value in the time that you wait, but then you're, creating additional risk. Cash is also a position. What's your next cat resistance? It was 195.64. It's not really broken it yet. Cat's pretty volatile. 20-cent move above is not sufficient to consider it broken. If it does break that, which is unlikely, the next resistance is 198.77. So if I'm building an account and sell one CSP and make 3%, 5 billion, got it. Cool, somebody. We said about how options will only impact SPY, but not SPX. No, options impact SPX also, but not SPY options, right? So they're both impacted by options, but SPY options aren't going to impact the index that the SPY tracks. It'll just impact the SPY. Whereas SPX options will impact both. Wrong answer. 0GT SPY puts with that premium. It always works out sometimes. I mean, I played 0DT calls on the SPY today. They went up like 60%. They were good. I had to buy a shitload of them to cover some of my losses, but it worked out. Jimmy looks like it's winding up. I wouldn't bet too hard on that. Sell shares for profits, buy bonds, wait for confirmed bottom, paper trade options. PTLO? Let me look at the options chain. Or TOs. Isn't this like a fucking sandwich shop? I feel like I'm being trolled right now. I mean, no one's buying any on it. The open interest is disgustingly low. It's highest in December. IV on it's not actually terrible, which is interesting, but how is it for a buy rate? Hmm. You know, honestly, Feb 23 buy rates are like 18%, which isn't terrible. Sega 25 calls for December too risky? Maybe not. Is it safe to say during these market conditions, OI and the option chain is more reliable than economic news? Yes and no. I mean, you still have to pay attention to the macro, like all the macro data. It still has an effect. Even if that effect isn't realized immediately, over time it likely will be. So apparently Fidelity doesn't let you sell zero DTE covered calls. Yeah, Fidelity really doesn't like zero DTEs unless you have um very high level options or portfolio margin, which is a different kind of trading account. What do you mean buy rights? It's not buy rights, it's buy right as in to. Sorry. I don't know. Buy. So you buy the underlying, write a covered call at the money. I haven't slept, all right? A lot. I have coffee, it's not helping. Okay, I bought some tights. I don't look great in them, but what's next? That's it. Just wear them everywhere you go. Jimmy on track to set a new record low volume today. This volume's hella sus. Chattel. Don't use that word. The super low volume days and consolidation pattern are really similar to March run and May 2022 run up. No, they're really similar to like extremely high FTD periods in December and September through December of 2020. Currently, it looks like GME is generating FTDs with zero relief. So, like, a massive portion of our volume traded is failing, which is why we're trading so little volume. What do you make of NMOI predictive technology? It's complete fucking garbage. Mayo Man debt collector. You're talking about price action anticipated for next week on GMA. Anything special date happening that could cause a run or a slide down? Yeah, ETF FTDs start to be resolved on August 4th through August 10th. Um, and at the current rate of FTD creation on GameStop and the like level of illiquidity we're at, asymmetric risk is getting pretty interesting. I don't know when that would resolve. Obviously, that could happen at any moment, but also don't forget Sunday, the Fed's selling off another big fat chunk of stuff for QT. So should we buy back CCs by next Wednesday? I would consider it, yeah. What effect will the Fed selling stuff have? What do you think? Their next round of quantitative tightening is supposed to be completed on Sunday. Maybe the Fed's just pumping the market so they can get out of their shitty positions higher. Do you expect us to be hitting reg show with all of the FTDs that are rolling in? It's possible, but remember that our shares outstanding is a larger number now. And the volume traded isn't sufficient to generate large numbers of FTDs because we're trading very little volume, right? So 0.5% of our current shares outstanding, which is what? Jimmy's current shares outstanding are 304.52 million. So we need 1.52 million fails per day for 5 consecutive days. And since we're not trading any volume, that might not be possible. That would require like yesterday we traded what, like 3 million volume. So that would mean that over 50% of the trades yesterday would have had to have failed, which is unlikely. Can you give a clip-worthy explanation on QT? Sure, the Fed sells their shit off to reduce speculation in target markets. I would say by 12 noon EST or slightly after, weekly call is going to sell off. Thoughts? 12 noon, weekly calls will sell off. Not necessarily. Don't forget that like SPY trades into after hours. SPY does, and SPX does too. Oh, Jesus Christ. The plunge protection team's irrelevant. I sold 37 CCs last week. The price is trading pretty flat this week. Sign that I may want to close them since nearly no improvement in price despite 4 days of theta. I mean, are they even worth anything anymore if you sold them last week? Like, what does it cost to buy them back? You must be up like 80 plus percent, right? Isn't that usually because of sell-off in ETFs? It can. The main goal of like quantitative tightening is to normalize interest rates in order to stop increasing inflation, right? Whereas like QE increases demands for goods and services, QT is supposed to decrease it. That is, I don't really think ever been done on a massive scale. PPT, say that again, I dare you. First of all, I was the one who brought up PPT in the first place. Nobody knew what the fuck it was before I started talking about it on Reddit. I wish I never had. Because I forgot that everyone's fucking crazy conspiracy theorists. And they're like, oh my god, this is it. This is what they're doing to stop GameStop from squeezing. Ugh. Makes sense for the Fed to pump the market to bring bond buyers to the market. What if the big banks of Wall Street combined? Like what happened to Kaepernick in the NFL? All said we aren't buying them and are using this to manipulate market prices. I mean, that wouldn't stop them from buying them. I doubt it. Hasn't the Fed's balance sheet been increasing even with QT? It's decreased by like 17 billion, but like their credit backed securities are increased. I think their CDS positions have increased. A new bumper sticker, it says, I only read for the PPs. Do you see Jimmy returning sub 120 in the next 2 weeks? It could, probably in the latter half of the week of the 10th. Should be loading up on in the money GME covered calls for August 5th or further out. Covered calls? Do you want to ask that again? Because I think you mean calls, but CC means covered call. Those would be very different. TBLT going parabolic. Cool. I wouldn't chase that shit. They have a fuck ton of dilution on the table. TBLT ripping for chat, not Girk. Yeah, don't encourage people to buy into that. TBLT same like SST without options? Yes. Maybe worse. Do you think the downs in the SPY could just be a result of zero DTE selling off? Or could this be the start of a downtrend continuing into Monday because of repositioning? It could be a result of zero DTE selling off and then today being SPX Opex. And yes, the downtrend could continue into next week, especially if bears are repositioning at the top. I can't read PBT without thinking that we're going to start making PowerPoints to save the economy. TBLT making me hungry. All right, whatever. I don't know if Stefan left it out of his DD. I doubt he did, but they have an obscene amount. They're raising $20 million through a preferred investment options. And they just closed a $6 million offer in June. The shorts are gonna pick up all the warrants and use them to close out their positions. Shorts love warrants. And there's no options chain to sustain price action, so there's no market maker hedge propping up the price, which means if someone dumps, the price will fucking rocket down. Which, you know, if you're buying like 10 shares, who gives a shit? But like, if you're planning on any type of like large position there, where you have a lot of leverage, you could lose a lot of money really, really fast. My BBY bags are getting heavy. Like, not even worth the energy of managing covered calls. Dude, I haven't sold covered calls on BBY in fucking, like, since March. Since, like, end of March, early April. 35 CC next week with the intention to buy back Wednesday, safe-ish. Kind of close to the money. That's a really high delta. It's 0.4. I mean, no, it has a 40% chance of going in the money. It might even be higher than that. 35 call for next week. Yeah, 0.41 delta. Oh, that's not your next. Sorry, that's not next week. 35.33. So 30%, 33% chance of going in the money. Did you say warrants? You know I get crazy when someone mentions warrants. They give 37 CC for 812 on GB with cash on hand to make sure I can buy it back. Probably not terrible. I'll probably, like, right now I'm thinking I'll wait until I get a move to the upside. Like till I see upside in price improvement, and then use that improvement to get some better premiums, and hopefully that'll offset the cost of waiting for a few days. I actually have some in another account. I have some uh like $40 covered calls open, and I need to buy those back. I'm gonna forget to do that, aren't I? Shit. Whatever. If you want to buy 5K worth of stock during the next significant market drop, what would you be looking at? Like, what stock would I be looking at? Tomato, bacon, lettuce, tomato? Yeah, we discussed this before. I made 1 week's killing on BBYCCs a couple of months ago, and then the door got closed rather quickly. In fact, it was one of my first forays into covered calls, so that must have been March, April too. Yeah, in March I sold them in the money a little bit so I could drop my cross basis. But I didn't want to sell them all because, you know, it could have stabilized at like 25, and then I should have just sold them all at 25 because it would have massively cut my cost basis down. And then yeah, there just hasn't been another good opportunity since. if you're ever in a stock and you own shares and it has options, right? And the price of the stock like rockets up beyond your cost basis. Say it's a $20 stock, right? And it rockets up to like $60. Just like at the top, instead of selling, you can just sell like $40 CCs, right? You get your entire cost basis back in premium. And then if the stock falls back down, say it falls back down to like 36, your cost basis is 0. And you own however many shares of the underlying at $36. And if you get assigned, who gives a shit, right? You basically sold at the top. That's what I did with Palantir back in November. Like, very similar scenario. I haven't done it with GameStop because I have long-term holdings on it, and I don't want to get assigned. So generally when Opex runs happen, you know, I wouldn't target as far in the money as my cost basis. Like, I would probably target like a few bucks in the money, but like I want to make sure that I don't get assigned on GME. But on any other stock, I would absolutely do that. And if you don't care, you can do it on GameStop. Take the gamble, and then like free cost basis. If you want to buy into a stock, is it ever beneficial to buy in the money CSPs? Absolutely. I mean, here, look. Like if you want to buy into a stock, it's the best way to buy into a stock. The risk is that you miss your entry, right? But like let's look at like puts for today. If you buy a or sell a 33.50 GME put, right, at the mid of 0.4, you will buy the stock for 32. Well, hold on. If it goes up another penny, you'll buy it for 32. All right, 31.99. So you're actually you'd be buying the stock for cheaper on assignment than you would if you bought it at market. That's on $42 cover calls for next week's. $7 is a lot of price movement outside of an Opex. Yeah, I mean, I have 40s that I haven't closed for next week, but they're worthless. The problem with these is like they're only the 42.50, I assume you mean? Or do you mean 41.88? Either way, and they're only worth $10, right? So yeah, they're super unlikely to go in the money, but they're also not really worth anything. So unless you're selling hundreds and hundreds of them, it's not really worthwhile. I sold 40s last week on the split day, and those I need to still buy back. I should, because I sold them for much more than they're worth now. $32.99 a share. Sorry. Still no sleep. Clippity clip. Clip what? Who assigns it? What does it mean to be assigned? Well, if you're a put seller, it means shares are put onto you. And if you're a call seller, it means your shares are called away. That's an easy way to remember it. When selling in the money calls, like you explained, and don't want to get assigned, don't you just need enough theta on the contract to allow the price to come down before expiry, if that's what you expect? Yeah, but sometimes, you know, if you're in the money sufficiently, you will just get exercised. This is the US, not Europe, and options can be exercised at any time, not only on their expiration. So, you know, if you sell a GME, like say we have an Opex run and we run up to 80, right? And you sell a GME 90 DTE option covered call, right? And you sell it at $40. You can get assigned at any point between now and the 90 days out. They could assign it the same day. That's the risk of selling it so deep in the money. Because if someone's buying this, they're probably buying it to exercise it. Whereas if you're only a little bit in the money and you have like 30 DTE, the chances of assignment are much lower. But you can still get assigned either way. I mean, you can get assigned at any point that you're in the money like that. If you're selling CSPs in order to get shares, would it make sense to sell with some theta? Yeah, it does. It's better to sell them with theta. So when I sell CSPs on GME, I'm selling them into the Opex run. Because even if Opex isn't realized, right, and we don't get a big volumetric move like March or May, that we start moving up through like the ETF FTD period, like here in early June, or you know we have something like this. So we almost always get upside price movement from our low. So if you sell CSPs here, you can sell large numbers of them for like at least 14 DTE. And you won't get assigned on them, right? And we're approaching one of those points next week. So, yeah, most of my interest right now is more in selling CSPs than it really is in selling covered calls. When are RC going to exercise BBBY out of the money $80 calls? Probably never. They simply represented leverage for his negotiations. I didn't say $80 for... Currently, Gamma Max is 47, which would imply... Like, if we ran for Opex today, that would imply, like, a move maybe to, like, the mid-50s. When you sold deep in the money, if I recall, March, yeah. Confident that you wouldn't because of the end of money puts come in. You were just gambling that you... I mean, I was partially gambling that I wouldn't get assigned, yeah. I didn't sell them deep in the money. They were in the money, but not deep. Yeah, I was selling 180s on like a test of like we were trading at like 192, right? So it shaved a good chunk off my cost basis, but it also wasn't my whole port. It was like 30% of my shares sold as covered calls. And yeah, it wasn't like I was selling them at 150, right? If I'd sold them at 150, I probably just would have gotten assigned like the next day. So these 7, 14, 21 DT CSPs, isn't the return on capital pretty much constant if you consider a premium per week? Yeah, it's pretty consistent. Now you get more theta value the further out you sell it. Because you're carrying the risk for longer, right? If you get a sign, then you just sell CSPs with the cash, right? Win-win. Essentially, yeah. But you lose your long-term shareholding, which if you have a big position is really important. Like you want to maximize that tax advantage status, right? That's on Jake Freeman after the Bobby call last night. I don't really care about it. If you're American, yeah, and if you're not solely, or if your shares aren't solely in um like a tax deferred account, like an IRA or a 401k. Are you a Rod Alsman fan? He's a cool guy. I've talked to them a bunch. Yeah, Gaff had some great questions. Gaff is well versed in the bond market. He understands what's going on there a lot better than most people would. It's only beneficial if you think you'll sell, right? Yeah, but say there ever is a squeeze, right? If you have short-term holdings, you're gonna get taxed way higher, and if there is a lot of growth, same deal, right? The people with the heavy breathing interrogating Freeman were the best source of entertainment. Yeah, there was some like crazy fucks in that call I heard. I didn't listen to it because we talked to him the night before. I didn't expect to hear anything new, but what are more profitable, CSPs or PMCC? PMCCs have a lower capital outlay, so you can get more leverage versus cash secure put. More profitable, I mean roughly the same profitability. But you can get more leverage with PMCCs with the same amount of capital. So, because like a PMCC, you'd buy like in the money call, say like Jan 23, right? Where is it? So you'd buy like say you buy like a Jan 23 like .8 delta call, like a 21.25, right? And then you could sell covered calls against that. So you could sell like 35s. And then, as long as the price remains above your leap and below the covered call price, you're fine, right? Like, and if the price goes up and well, it's not covered call, but naked call, and your naked call is at risk, you can exercise to satisfy, or you can sell to buy back. So it essentially hedges a naked call. You were trading in your retirement account, even if retirement account is many years away. Not financial advice. You should Google it and see the many advantages of doing so. Me? I don't have a, I don't have an IRA. I should. It's really irresponsible that I don't, but I don't. Opinion on Getty, 600% shorted. So I would look into liquidity. If it's sold that short, there's a liquidity outlet. Hey Gerg, rolled my 10 August 19 395p to 5 September 16 400p. At previous tests of 410, do you think it was a good call? Rolled my 10 August 19 to 5 September 400 at the previous test of 410. Yeah, that's a good one. I didn't move my 395s, but I got rid of the 380s and 385s and moved them up similarly, in a similar fashion. Can you do CCs, PMCCs, and CSPs on paper trading accounts? I have no idea. Maybe? I think the point worth mentioning is that CCs or CSPs are more profitable at different times, right? CSPs near the bottom, CCs near the top. So PMCCs are great, but depends on timing, right? Yeah. Everything's everything in the options market depends on timing. Theta rules all. Do you have a specific percent loss target, or is it dependent on the play? It depends on the play. But I'm also at a point where I can allow that kind of risk to continue. If I had a small account still and I was trading very seriously with tight risk, I would have a strictly set um like risk level for a risk plan for any trade that I entered. How's August GME Opex looking? Not too bad. It's looking okay. The only thing I don't like about it is not a ton of puts on XRT, but it does look like that puts on across the basket of ETFs are going up. So it could be that there's more dispersion of those puts across all the ETFs that GME has held in than just on XRT alone. And that may have something to do with the reg showing of XRT this time around. I just called a coworker Gherk again. I really gotta stop doing this. Just be like, no, I'm sorry, I meant to call you a jerk. Right? You can mask it. To be clear, I sold 8-5-37 cover calls. They basically only have improved 36%, which means 30% of that move is as realized by Monday. Meaning despite theta of 4 more days, only 6% moved since. Weird. Because I sold 40s on the same day, and they're up like 98.2%. I don't understand that. I mean, they'll be worth more Monday when theta starts to really fucking decay. What do you consider a small account? What's a big account? Small accounts, 5 to 50,000. Medium sized account like 75 to 150. Large account 150 to 300, 350. As an individual trader, I don't know if you need an account bigger than 350. Already at that price point, you start, like, especially with margin, you start to really risk influencing the value of the underlying that you're trading. It's one of the reasons you don't see me trade a lot of small and mid cap stocks that have like all these like low float shit plays that get pumped up on Twitter. Yeah, I skipped a little range there. You get into more detail on how CCs can improve in price. They don't improve. You receive the premium immediately. It's the improvement is buying it back, right? So you sell at so you sell one at 280, and 4 days later you can purchase it back for 140. That's a 50% improvement, right? So if you buy it back, you've still retained 50% of the original premium. So you are positionally profitable. Have you looked into SEP IRA? You look likely qualified to put away a max of 61K this year. Then you just continue your CSPs and CCs in that account. Interesting. No. Should I smoke more now or later? I don't care, Carl. SS banned a diehard DRS advocate. Interesting. They're turning on themselves. I love it. 25K account, been trying to keep it 15%, seems to lose out on larger profits as I'm closing too soon to avoid larger risk. That's the deal. You got to keep risk tight while you grow. GME Gen 24 127.50. I have a delta of 69. Nice. An IV of 90% for 360 a contract. That seems like a real good deal. Yeah, they are. Their delta shouldn't be that high. That's weird. Delta's 0.23. It's still really high. Vega's also 11. IV on them's 106 right now. I don't know where you're getting your pricing on that. Do you have guys, if you're trading options, one thing that you need to do immediately is ensure that you have live quotes. Whether your broker sells it or you're at least with a broker that has it, you want live, not delayed quotes. Quest trade? Interesting. Oh, your pricing's Canadian, right? No, the contract price is the same. Is that accounting for the currency exchange, maybe? I have no idea why it would be different. No? Huh. US dollars. Weird. Yeah, TDA and Fidelity are pretty good. IBKR has very good live options data. WeBull's really good for the price. How do you know if they're live or delayed? Find out. No, you can pay for live data on Webull. You get Opera Live, which isn't the best, but it's decent. The problem with Webull is that the platform doesn't update fast enough. It also has nothing to do with currency exchange rates. Well, it has to do with the price of the underlying, so it could. If the underlying's priced in a different currency, then yeah, it could have a different. Because like I have no idea what the currency exchange for Canada is right now, but say GameStop's trading at $36 in Canada or Canadian currency, then the delta would be different in Canadian dollars. Yeah, not 3x. I mean, that's just, I don't know why it's that wrong. I have the opera data and IBKR. I'm not showing that delta. I'm not showing that delta pricing on Webull. I don't have IBKR open right now. 1 second. Um, looking for the right strike. We're looking at Jan 2024. Yeah, 0.25. 0.2588 for 127.50s. 0.26 for 125, 0.27 for 122.50. I can check like OCC also. They have a quote system. That should be absolutely accurate. Let's see. Um, yeah, OCC is reporting the same as well. They're reporting lower IV, but that's delayed. So I don't know why you're seeing that. That's weird. I assumed because of the foreign brokerage, because that would be the big difference. But I mean, if you're trading in US dollars, it should be no change whatsoever. Tesla 810 end of day. That's awfully ambitious, Carl. Are you getting bored? Is that what's happening? Yeah. Okay, so you're showing the same. For novice options traders, I mean, WeBull's easier to use than IBKR. The UI is better. I trade the vast majority of my options on Webull and IBKR and some on Schwab and Tasty Trade, but mostly those are margin accounts, so I use those for other shit. Like vertical spreads, like we were talking about earlier. Anything where I'm like selling naked, if I'm selling naked puts on GME, that's what those accounts are for. I barely think about MOASS these days. I'm gonna be ambitious with CCs once my transfer to Webull is complete. I'm learning I shouldn't buy options, but I'm much better at selling. I often overhold calls, puts, probably because my broker doesn't have option stops. Somehow every option I buy is wrong. So stick with selling. You'll get better at the long options. Long options carry a lot more risk, right? The stock split makes share creation harder for them. Maybe a little bit, yeah. I still think it all boils down to those pro rata agreements and the ETFs, but there could still be some time to realize that. Does it make sense to sell out of shares that are down in order to offset capital gains or capital loss? And also liberate capital when not expecting improvement? Yeah, that's called dumping your bags. Tastyworks? Did I say Tasty Trade? Tasty Trade's a data service. Tastyworks is the broker. Girk, we're always looking at you in the bottom right corner of the stock screen behind you. How many screens do you have in your trading station in front of you? I just have two monitors. I have a third one, which I've yet to attach to my desk because I need to get a bigger desk. Um, but yeah, I just use two monitors. I have pretty big monitors, but just two of them. You see with cheaper price and cheaper options, we can see a repeat of last year's June run up. I wouldn't be as excited about June's run up. March was a larger run up than June, volumetrically, and in terms of liquidity unlocked. Like, so, you know, June's actually not that impressive in comparison. Is it hitting 5 again a realistic possibility? You know, I fucked around with rig, but I really don't know that much about it. Getty fixing to pop. Let me see something here. It's in KBWY. IJR. IWM. VNQ. 1 second. Um, that's really fucking interesting. There's not a lot of historical data, right? If it does, I don't think it's gonna move up like a lot. But it is gonna move up more. No, it has the potential to move up more, I should say. The Gen 24 calls on WeBull are also showing 0.6 delta. Okay, I'm just telling you, they're absolutely not. Like, I just pulled up the fucking OCC page. If you're showing 0.6 delta, your delta data is incorrect. I don't know why it's incorrect. When it's CC time, will you sell 8.5s? Probably like 8.12s. Maybe 8.19s if it runs up really decently. Former super stacker, it's an utter embarrassment over there. Yeah. Do you expect something similar to March for this August Opex on GMA? There's similarities, but I wouldn't say that everything I would want to see in place is in place yet. I would still like to see far more puts on XRT. Even though we're seeing them go up across all the other ETFs, it's very confusing that XRT is basically not being used much at all. I like the amount of puts coming in. The number of sold puts is very compelling. The market maker's negative delta hedge looks really good. We'll see how the FTD period goes and if they try to tank the price afterwards. RFI indicator. That's all right. SPY ascending wedge, 1 minute. Yeah. Could just be like an ascending triangle. It's hard to tell because of the lower high here and the lower high here. It kind of like really this should be like an ascending wedge, right? And it turns into a head and shoulders. Why is it not? Fucking hate Weebull's fucking graph sometimes. There we go. So if this breaks down below this resistance, you'd have like kind of a sloppy head and shoulders. And then this would be the neckline. But it could also just be like an ascending triangle that had a little problem getting some support. This looks weaker than the head and shoulders, but puts on Getty, I'd wait. It can, like I said, it can still run more. Is it possible XRT's already stretched the limit? Yeah. I mean, something weird happened there, and I still can't fully pinpoint what with XRT going back on Reg Show on June 17th. And for some reason, whatever they did there generates like a lot of liquidity in GameStop. Like both times they threshold or that XRT went on the threshold list. You see a large amount of liquidity unlocked in GameStop. And it doesn't lead to failed delivers, and that's what's really interesting about it. Yeah, it's always on those future expiration dates that we see it too. I mean, it implies the forward contracts are closed, right? Which would free up liquidity, but it's interesting because the question is, why did they get it off reg show? Or maybe they never intended for it to fall off of reg show, and that fucked them up. Can you read my DD? Fuck. I told you not to write it. One more share shorted in XRT would have meant the difference. Margin call. All calls in the money, all puts out of the money on Getty, not mad bullish. I mean, they'll just open new ones tomorrow, right? Fidelity bar rates dropping 28.75. It's not dropping a lot. It's not that's not like a statistically relevant move. It went up like 50 basis points for no reason the other day. Should we start to hide our moves, put out fake news out there to ensure that Kenny is thrown off? I mean, I don't care about your moves. Where do you get hour from? Did the stock split make share creation harder for them? It could have, potentially. It depends on how overlent the ETFs are and how many shares the ETFs need to return to their asset pool. I said this a bunch of times. I'll say it again. Based on ETFs charters and agreements with their shareholders, if an ETF has 1 million shares of an underlying stock, and that stock splits via dividend 4-to-1, that ETF then needs to have 4 million shares of the underlying stock, right? This is how their pro rata agreement works. Now they can balance their NAV until they're rebalance with other securities. They can balance their NAV with forward contracts for the missing security. But upon their next audit, to remain in sync with the underlying index that they track, they need to have 4 million shares, right? This is also true if they have 1 million shares and maybe they lent 10 million of those out. Now they need 40 million shares to reset their asset pool to the 4 million shares. XRT rebalancing is on September 16th. Or it begins on September 16th. This remains the only noticeable like market effect that I can find on a share dividend specifically. Yep, quad witching, baby. Thoughts on that seemingly no rebalance that happened in June for GME? I think something has to do with the fact that XRT was moved off and on reg show. I think they dodged their audit. So I think they what they did was they pulled XRT off Reg Show on June 3rd. I think they submitted to their audit on the 17th, and then I think they immediately put it back on Reg Show. It's not T plus 60. It's roughly 54 trading days. But, Tesla's split didn't happen at the same point in the previous quarter that GME's did, so it's kind of irrelevant. Crime? Yeah, one could argue that. Defrauding investors. I mean, their investors don't care, but given that they're all big institutions that use XRT as their big liquidity playground. How's the stock even more illiquid? No options trading on this chain versus pre-split. I don't know, but the more illiquid it stays, the more FTDs are generated because fewer can be cleared. So, bullish. They basically pulled an I'd love to show you my taxes, but I'm currently being audited. Yeah, sort of. Why don't you do a quick recap of SPY expectations? We'll see. Today's the SPY like settlement date, so there's a chance, or the SPX settlement date. So there's a chance we might see some downside as calls are sold off. It looks like price action for now is not nearly as strong as it was the last 2 trading days. So it might be topping out here around 410. It's definitely stabilizing. You think it's weird that Sega's had lots of its explosive ups today, or is that indicative of consolidation and shorts are out? I don't really think Sega is a short squeeze. I think Sega is like people jumping in long. I mean, sure, they're shorts, but they're very unlikely to have been squeezed out by now. Um, I think this is, just a bit of a pullback. If any shorts got squeezed out, it was probably on the initial runs. This is sustained price increase and a breakout. And this is also like new valuation. So yeah, volume's dying. This leg of the run is probably winding down, but I think Sega's gonna probably still settle in this higher range, and then likely move up again if monkeypox continues to be like an issue, public health crisis. But yeah, this is speculation. This is not the same as a short squeeze. Like, I don't think their short interest was actually that high because the value of their like IP is like fairly constant. Massive DRS drama going on RSS plus super low volume always meant VUPs in the near future. Best indicators. Do you really believe that the volume is this low, or is it being hidden? If so, how? You know, off exchange trading volume for GME is a percent of our daily volume. Has dropped relative to how much our volume has dropped. But it's still fairly constant at about 30 to 46%, much lower than it was pre-split. But I also think we're seeing a lot more internalization. TNXP ripping. Congrats to everyone who got this with me. Monkeypox play. Very confidently holding this into the weekend. Not financial advice, just what I'm doing. Nice. How do we get access to Pickles picks? Is it through the Dillionaire sub? Yeah. Uh, what do you think all of the craziness was this AM on BBBY? I don't know. That was interesting. It kind of looked like some covering of something, but I don't know what. How could Shakira face 8 years in prison and can he still be free? Why is Shakira going to prison? Am I correct to assume that Jimmy's reaction to the split isn't normal? It's not abnormal. The lower volume's abnormal, but everything else is pretty normal. Like selling off and declining price. Those are really common post split things. Tax evasion, Panama Papers. Hey Gurk, cat done for this run. Oh, that's hard to say. No, cat can just stabilize. It may fall back to like 192. Looks like it topped out in like the 196 range, but it's still floating here right under. So this is the important resistance, like literally right where it's trading is this 195.64 that we talked about earlier. It can just stabilize here, which is one of the more annoying price points that it has stabilized at in the past. Because it tends to not drop much below 192. But it also has a really hard time breaking 203, which is the next big upside resistance. Um, so I mean, I don't know. See what it does. The improvement's pretty constant though. I think we hang 410 for a while on SPY or longs, take profits into the weekend. Wondering about my 819s. Have to roll with settled cash. There's a risk in holding or selling today. I mean, the rest of the ones that I have left, I'm holding till Monday. And I'm going to see what happens after, SPX Opex is over. Tax avoision. By breaking down from ascending wedge. How do you retroactively punish people for closing a tax loophole? SST bar rate is still at 200%. Why is this if squeeze potential is dead? It's just expensive to borrow it, or there aren't a lot of shares on loan. And that could be a supply side issue versus a demand side issue, right? What what's your opinion on this abnormally low volume on GME? Because it could be of institutions waiting to reposition lower. No, I think a high degree of our volume every day is failing, and I think they're trying to trade as little failed volume as possible. They're also compressing implied volatility, right? Remember short IV being short. This is what you want to see when you're short IV. Slow bleed. And this came right after, the July Opex period. So this part is consistent with Opex expectations. The run up into July was not. Feeling more comfortable to sell more contracts today. Thanks for the knowledge. P.S. Do you know if Per Se is open today? Might head there for plain green salad. Um, I'm sure they are. I don't know if you get a table on demand, but maybe for lunch. Whenever I open the stream in the YouTube app, I get an ad for risk management education. Do you think they're trying to tell me something? Just ignore it. Just send the IRS a reverse Uno card. If you want to get the best returns on your CCs, does it make sense to wait until volatility is high or lower to enter into the contract? High, you're selling the volatility, right? You want to buy volatility when it's low if you're long. You want to sell volatility when it's high. You should copyright that. Buy low, sell high. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something. All right. What's up, guys? Sorry about that. Somebody had mentioned Stouffer's French bread pizzas on stream yesterday, so I bought some. And I'm now gonna eat them and see if they can bring me back to my long gone childhood. Going up and then stagnation, but also just a chance to chop for a 5-5-10 for 8 trading days. Why 8? This is a Vassal D? Sure, yeah. Did you sell me these 0 DT 7Cs on Bobby? No. Unfortunately, I didn't sell any cover calls on Bobby. Sold 32.85 CSP yesterday for 120 per contract. Am I Gork now? Good job. You're kind of fucked right now though, aren't you? Oh, CSP. Okay, sorry. If you did, don't worry. I'm holding them through the weekend. I would expect nothing less. So by doing big head and shoulders, left shoulder starting yesterday, right at Apple, Amazon earnings. I mean, yeah, they're all kind of, everything's kind of doing like a big head and shoulders right now. But that's what we'd expect, right? For a bear rally. Like we covered earlier how, short capitulation leads to a potential run up, and then buy strength increases as those puts are sold off, and market makers deleverage, which would then wane at the top, right? Possible followed by long capitulation here, which would cause another little pump. Viewership level back to normal. Lost targets are always 100%, sometimes more. Oh, that's not good. Hold on, I really want to get rid of all this shit stock that WeBull keeps sending me. Hold on. I don't understand why you have to sell these. This is the most annoying part. Is I don't understand why you have to sell fractional shares on the fucking mobile app. I also don't understand why they're giving away fractional shares. Like, unless it's a fractional share of Berk A, I don't fucking want it. Um, Okay. Now I can sell all these off. When to get back into spy puts? I lost bigly. I'm still in them. There's starving children in Africa who want your fractional shares. No, they don't. What's Gap doing? It's just moving up with the rest of the retail basket. Everyone sleeping on the stream just woke up in a panic after hearing all those chimes. Is Spy 420 a self-fulfilling prophecy? I think 420 is kind of unlikely still. I don't think we'll get a higher high than the last run. Over 3 million FTDs on BBBY for 7-Eleven. Yeah. Wait, is the report out? Popcorn? BBBY was 222k fails away from Reg Show. Ooh! Atomic, how did the prediction work? Were we right? 7-1, 182,000. 7-5-6. 11. 11 was the highest. 13. So 14 high again. 12 was the highest. 8, yeah, so 8 through 12 it goes up. 5 and 1. Ooh. You, that means we can predict ETF FTDs. Or, well, GME FTDs. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Atomic. I mean, we fucking nailed it. What was the prediction? I wrote it down this morning, but I'm so tired I can barely remember. June 1st, 5th through 8th, and 11th. So interesting. We actually saw more on the downside of that trend on 7/12, but the eighth was the next spike. So 5th through 8th it climbs. Yeah, 5th spikes, then 6, 7 down, 8 up again. Then 11 and 12 are elevated. 14 I think we weren't sure on. But Jimmy Fells look high on the 14th too. And then 771 was 87,000. Yeah, which is high within the range. That's pretty fucking close. We're trying to use weighted liquidity to figure out when FTDs are generated. BBBY FTDs for 7-Eleven, 3.152 million? Jesus fuck. Shares outstanding. Yeah, but it's not for 5 trading days, right? That's what matters. The fails are really high, but you only have a 3-day period. They crushed it on 7/7. If it had remained above, yeah, if it had remained above on 7/7. Yeah, okay, yeah, you wrote that. Baba jumping off a cliff. Is everything? Hmm. Jesus, I should have just stayed short on this. Fucking ridiculous. China isn't doing stimulus. Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, I made money on it this week. I don't care, but I maybe should have gone longer short as well. Jimmy Ivy 30 so low. Is it a good time to get far out of the money calls for August Opex or too soon? They're very fucking cheap right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's an opportunity. When SPY die? I don't know. Maybe Monday. It's weakening, which is good. Who's buying Amazon? I mean, nobody should be. I'm still not gonna get fucking assigned though. Why can't the SPY crash and Amazon go to the moon simultaneously? That's all I want. I can't hear you. Turn your volume up. Alan won. Gork, I don't think you understand how markets work. I do. That's why I can't have that dream realized. But it would have been cool. Even 8.5s, 8.12s is kind of risky. A little bit. Thoughts on August monthly's 35 call for potential volatility to ETF FTD next week. Not terrible. I might target like 34 instead of 35, but Alibaba added to the SEC list of firms that could face delisting. Bloomberg Baba deal? Big deal? I think it's done this before, but yeah, it'll probably tank. Why is it facing delisting? They specify based on what criteria? Or is it just like that delisting that they're trying to do to all the Chinese stocks? Got into HKD 2 days ago, $40, currently trading at 2 days ago at 40, currently trading at 445. Do you think there's more VUPs? Thanks for what you do. What the fuck? This is this is a fucking short squeeze. This like reverse split like 1,000 times or something? No options though. Who gives a shit? And there's a certain point where that doesn't matter anymore, but yeah, I mean, I don't care. Uh volume. I mean, volume's been low on the whole run. I don't really know if there's any way to tell if it'll go more or not. It could. I mean, just set risk levels is probably your best bet. It doesn't seem to pull back hard. It's 167, 120. It's just IPO'd, relax. I mean, it's still fucking ridiculous. Buys in at 45. It goes to 445. Asks if he should hold for more. Seemed like a humble brag, but I'm not sure. Let's buy Tesla calls end of day Monday for T+2. Could be decent. Wagme? What? Jimmy breaks $34 today. What strike CCs will you sell? Probably like 35s. I heard about Baba potentially getting delisted. Are you going to end the day a penny green? We'll see. The BBBY FTD data got you buying in more? Not yet, no. It's interesting, but not yet. Does Amazon seriously have a chance of going to 140? I feel like I'm going to let my in the money cover call get assigned today. I have in the money calls, and let me tell you, in my experience with Amazon, they do not assign. I don't know why, but I've closed out like multiple Fridays with in the money covered calls now, and they have not been exercised yet. Bro, check out XRT. I got its audio back on for the time being. Did you DM me? I'll pull it up. It's just kind of flat as fuck today, right? Play full bear song. I don't have one. What am I looking for? Volume on XRT 15 minute? Oh, I don't have the volume turned on. Why the fuck is my volume indicator off? Like, you mean non-existent? Where did all the volume go on XRT? How deep in the money are those Amazon calls? Right now I think they're like $1 in the money. Oh, before? I've had them like $5 in the money. I mean, they weren't for that expiration, but We play the VUP chant song? Not yet. Because we went up 20 cents? What's the reason not to buy GME calls for August Opex right now? Price? It could go lower. So all Opex periods are marked by like the same interim price like anomalies, right? Like you have ETF FTDs. You have a hard drop into ETF FTDs into another hard drop into the Opex run, right? So you would be on this side of the ETF FTDs right now. Roughly. It's a little easier to see in like August. But like here versus here. There's no shorts, it just IPO'd, right? Mm. Somehow 100,000 GME shares just became available out of nowhere. It's not out of nowhere, they were just returned. Yeah, another record low volume day for GME. A nice bounce. Hmm. I just love how people are like, oh my god, there's 100,000 shares, but like, GameStop's been running up for the last hour. They bought them and then returned them. Yes, this is possible. All the shares are not owned. What's AMD doing? Ooh, that's fun. Did you say you'd sell 35 CC if you break 34? If so, what date? Like, probably like August 5th. Jackson, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. What are your thoughts on crazy low volume on Jimmy? I think they're crushing IV. I want to take profits, but I have no more day trades. Oh, you can you can sell like $1 covered calls. That's a way to dodge the PDT rule. Didn't I play Jackson's song? I thought I pressed the button. Sorry, Jackson.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
You know, I'm sitting here plowing my way through this French bread pizza. And it's pretty tasty. How bullish should we feel about this insanely low volume on GME? It seems like the opposite happened that you thought post-split. Is it just because there's options chain volume? Most of our volume is not from the options chain right now. There's a very low low delta hedging volume, especially compared to pre-split. Thanks, Mighty Potato. It's a really nice offer. Ooh, today's delta volume went up bigly. Lots of sold calls. Hmm. You know what's funny? They taste exactly like they did when I was a child. And that's awesome. I told myself I'll play Rocket League until I lost, then go back to work. I won one game. That was 4 hours ago. I've been here ever since. Girk orders another freezer. Who's buying the Roku dip? Hmm. I still can't figure out how that company makes money. In true Dumb and Dumber fashion, NW, you spelled the second yeah incorrectly. Thoughts on Roku in a few words. I just did. I don't know how they make money. This is my main hustle. I do roofing. I couldn't watch the stream for a few hours or my portfolio, so although I'm down 400 on stocks, I'm up 5,800 for the roof. Winning? Sounds like winning. So the roof is your portfolio hedge. Curious. I don't remember learning about that in school. Is that what you guys are doing? You're using your jobs to hedge your portfolios? That's not how that's supposed to work. Yeah, but who wants a Roku device? Like, TVs come with that shit built in. That's what I can't figure out. Like, who's buying the devices? I get what they get paid for. I just don't understand the demand. My TV doesn't have Roku built into it. Pours with dumb TVs. Oh. Interesting. So you guys have to, like, so you're buying an upgrade. So you upgrade the dumb TV to a smart TV? My TV doesn't have any ads. Well, Jen, how else are you supposed to feed the landfills and keep them satiated? I have a TV. I don't ever watch it, but I have a TV. Why does the spy hate me? Well, you shorted it, so I watch pretty much all of Netflix. Also, I have a TV, but I never watch it. Yeah, I mean, like, I have a phone and an iPad and a computer also. I didn't buy the iPad. It was given to me. That was my loophole in my Apple rule. Closet Apple fanboy? I'm definitely not. Is there a clip somewhere where you discuss deep out of the money options? Yeah, 127s are just better contracts now. The 127 January 24s. I have a TV, but I choose to watch on smaller and inferior screens. Yeah. How do you pay attention to Netflix when your fleet of Roombas are constantly circling your apartment? It's not constant. They have a schedule. Does this mean that the 510 gang can have their honor restored? No. What do you mean? That they have a contract to buy? I already changed the name of the channel. I updated it for the split. The 510 gang had honor. Fair enough, adopted by Dan's. How many Roombas do you have in your 632 square foot apartment? Okay, my apartment is not 632 square feet. It's larger than that. Thank you. And 3. I bought an extra one because the one I had in the living room won't go in the bedroom. So I bought one for the bedroom. So I have 2 vacuums and 1 mopping boy. I've named them. They're my friends. Jimmy Gap Up? What gap? The one from the split? That'd be nice. What are their names? Wally, Gizmo, and Freg Jr.? I call mine Moptimus Prime. Is Freg Jr. the mopping one? Yeah. How do I become a Dan? You just put it in your name. You add Dan to your name. So it could be like Danky Life. Then you're a Dan. It's really not hard. There are consequences, though. If you evenly distributed weight on all 3, would you ride them? I'd need a 4th one. Look at option sentiment on the SPY. Someone's predicting Downy Downs. I see it. I looked at it earlier. It's sexy. All the calls are selling off. And so many puts are being bought. For when? For the puts? A very large number of September 16s at 391. September market crash for Moana? Maybe. Remember when stocks were fun? Stocks are fun. What are you talking about? Are you not having fun with stocks, Digital Good Time? Get your shit together. You need to work on you, okay? Well, you've become a Dan. I don't ignore you, Han. I was just timed out by Han. Han, what the fuck? I only accepted being timed out by Gherk, and more specifically Carl. Especially speaking the truth, Apple products suck, and we shouldn't support friends that like Apple. I'm disappointed, Han. Carl Loti was supposed to give you number 5 of the day. Is this like a weird sex game with you and Carl? Where Carl times you out? I mean, I don't care, but I want to know. I lost 2K on spy puts. I'm having a blast. Me too. I lost more than 2K, but still fun. If I hadn't lost that 2K, I never would have bought the 0 DTs this morning. And those were super exciting. You might be a degenerate, Stefan. So since we're facing economic downturn, would picking up corporate bonds or junk bonds be ill-advised? You could short corporate bonds. I remember you said yesterday you said you weren't worried about your puts. I wasn't when I said that. And then I became worried about them. So I hedged them this morning and then rolled them out. And then I closed the hedge profitably. It was a good time. How far do you see Cat going today? There's resistance right here. If it breaks it, it can move up a little bit. There's not a lot of room. Hold on. Hmm. 198.58 is the next important resistance. Yeah, mid 198s. After that, 208. Chris, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to all the places, the country club and the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Everything's on a rally.
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
I'm definitely not doing that, Paris. Pigeon wheel on... There is one. Awesome. Thanks for all you do. And thank you for the Bronx Pizza shout out yesterday, too. Yeah, absolutely. That place is pretty good, man. Appreciate it, dude. Is it possible to buy options on IBKR without margin? Want to buy some 237.50s, but have a minimum order limit of 2,000 with a margin account. That's a little bit too much. Is it? How many does that get you? What do they cost now? They're like $30. But you need to achieve the same amount of theta or Vega leverage that you had previously. You need like 8 contracts, I think. Yeah, like about 6, 7 contracts. So 2,000 to buy you up you get about 60 of them. That's not that crazy. That'll give you some nice fat Vega exposure. Pure Vega. Leveraged Vega exposure even. Yeah, you get 1.11 Vega exposure on the position. Ooh, that is liquid. Super risky. Probably gonna lose all your money, but really fun to talk about. That means for every point increase in IV, your position will increase by $1. XRT doing a thing? What's it doing? Oh, it is. Two Sigma securities. Fuck is this? Oh, they're the DPM for XRT? I looked them up before, all caps. You guys are lucky Me6 isn't allowed on this channel. Don't tell the pores. I'm the entire volume for my 35C in February. That's not the best thing. Frustrated sounds like they run their platform out of a sea shanty. Do we play games together once I get my new computer? Absolutely not. No, Jimmy's tips aren't touching yet. RSS is eating itself alive like the Ouroboros snake. I believe it. Well, they've run out of people to turn on, so they're turning on themselves. They need a definable enemy. Gurk, I'm diamond in TFT doubles. We should play sometime. I'm diamond in solos. Think about selling CSPs, looking at 9-2, $34. Interesting. So if you get assigned, you're paying $31 a share. It's not terrible. A little less, depending on your fill. $30.70. Bobby going for another one? Yes. This is it. This is the opportunity. What is the degenerate masterclass channel on Discord? In progress. It's under construction. Ignore it. To sell covered calls? You buying? Popcorn trader? I mean, as long as I have a buyer. I see the things you're saying, Hand. We're 1389 is the top of this upper channel on the SPY. Lawrence is calling top VWAP band rejection. Who the fuck is Lawrence? Should include a free pickle with every purchase of your covered calls. Oh, I do. I do. Who the fuck is Lawrence Taylor? Some Noriko you are. I don't watch footballs. Daniel Taylor's brother? No, he's also named Dan. They had 2 children. They named them both Dan. There was Daniel Taylor 1, Daniel Taylor 2. Of course, I don't fantasy football. That seems even worse than watching it. I don't know. I don't feel like watching a bunch of adult men in tight clothing throw a ball around is going to round out my week. When you say it like that, it sounds better than it actually is. What about hedgies wearing tight clothing making trades? That already happens. That's not. I'll just become pontiff. No, you won't. Okay, Han? Don't you dare. No, you don't get it. You fantasize about them. Oh, it's a so for dudes, it's like a gay thing. Armani suits with football numbers on the back. I want to make everyone wear a uniform if I start a hedge fund. I'm gonna win the lotto, and it's the first thing I'll do. Said everyone who's ever won the lotto. I hope you win the lotto, Han. But then don't donate me your money. If I win Mega Millions and I give you 250 million to start a fund, would you? Full degen allowed. Absolutely. I'm in. 100%. You pick the plays. Dang, BBBY FTD, the hugest ever. Yeah, it almost seems like someone really needs to do something really quick before they're in trouble. We're gonna do some crazy dumb stuff. I am down. If I won Mega Millions, I'd bring SST back from the dead. So many Midwesterners fuming about you talking about their precious football. Ah. Why the fuck are we watching this penny stock? That's a good question. It was maybe gonna do a thing, and then it didn't. Let's watch this other one. If I win the lotto, I'll just shower this chat with more cornichons. Wish me luck. You got it, Fiscal. Everybody thinking about paying a tax on hope this week. The best of luck to you. Can you just imagine casually tossing 20 million at a play? 20 million at VIX ADCs? People would panic.
25 million, actually. If we're doing a $250 million fund. You sell your 395C yet? No, or P? No. I sold the other ones, but not the 395s. $2 million, 20 million BBBY at market. No, no. 300 million BBBY at market. In blocks of 69. Could this be a wild power hour? Maybe. What's the actual most degen play you could think of that could pay out bigly? Buy up all of BBBY's debt for pennies on the dollar and then forgive it while going long the underlying. That's what I would do. $80 calls, then buy up all their debt and cancel it. That's actually not a terrible idea. I know. What did you think I was gonna... When he said, what's the best degen play we could do that could pay out bigly, I was gonna come up with just crap? You would get sued for market manipulation. Why? I don't own any of the stock. Sounds illegal. Surprisingly not. How much debt does BBBY have? Like $1 billion? Couple billion? I don't know. It's a lot. They have a shitload of debt. The BBBY board would find a way to fuck you in that play. How? They barely have any shares anymore. Why can't Bobby buy back its own debt for pennies on the dollar instead of doing stock buybacks? Well, stock buybacks benefit the board. Specifically, maybe the CEO who wanted to sell out of his position and get the fuck out. $3.28 billion? Sure. Done. You probably buy it at like 60% less. These hypotheticals are fun. I didn't dump my Bobby. Where do these rumors start? Codes told everyone I sold. I don't even know who that is. Is that the AMC guy? Who looks like a less handsome John Lithgow. Clearly, if I won Mega Millions, I would be broke in a week. That's why you put the retirement money with Pickle Financial, Popcorn Trader. Then you'll be broke in 3 weeks instead. Check Quant Cord. What's this? Susquehanna is the most interesting. 2 sigma MDY. Citadel's got all the good stocks. So Susquehanna just writes all the ETF options? Must be. Why the fuck are we watching this penny stock? Can you talk again about the Fed needing to offload some of their balance sheet by Sunday? The Fed has to offload some of their balance sheet by Sunday. I bought a Snap $13 call for Jan 2024. That has to make some money, right? Sure. Hey, I appreciate you, man, but every time you bat your piercing brown eyes at us, I buy 0 DT GME calls. But that only happens on Fridays. Are my eyes just extra piercing on Fridays? Fitting Susquehanna means muddy river. It's definitely muddy. Things that are full of shit usually are. Hey, Gurk, I wrote a little song to express my feelings towards the spy today. I sent it on Discord because I'm poor, disguised as a billionaire. Nice, Victor. Oh no, my puts. Spy's doing ups. We said file loads by Sunday. Does that mean market open Monday? Yeah. Trying not to sneeze. Okay, it went away. My office may be cheaper to buy lotto tickets. I'm responsible for buying. I think I'm going to internalize it. Smart. Dude, GameStop is making FTDs like no one's business right now. Fucking tips are getting ready to cross. Here's for some coffee. You missed my Ko-Fi. Oh shit, I'm sorry, dude. Thank you so much. I'm kind of out of it today. Or hear me out. What if I dumped it all into spy puts? Would I be the MM? No. Whose tips? Just various tips that I'm looking at. They're approaching, but the price is going up, which is inverse our usual tip landings. Curious. When was the last time that happened? Oh, 2022? You don't say. Hmm. Does that mean T plus 35C from the split is going to be super spicy? No. Why would T35 from the split have anything to do with anything? That's not even how FTDs work. Degen cat 0 DT 197.50 is 2x'd in 20 minutes. After I got out and lectured myself for using poor risk tolerance, buying 0 DTs with 90 minutes of theta.
I don't think we have $2 billion in chat. No selling of spy calls today. No, tons of selling of spy calls today. I could probably come up with $12 if you give me a week or two. Ah. Back from vacation. What did I miss the past 3.5 days? Nothing. Literally nothing. Also, you were here yesterday. I have a 1 in 20 million chance of getting struck by a meteorite, and also a 1 in 302 million chance of winning the lottery. So I'm really hoping for a meteor worth some good money. Jesus Christ. Yeah, these are fun. Did our tips touch? Not yet. Although something really interesting just happened with IJH here. Hey, Turd, go take a look at IJH. If you get a chance. Hmm. Quite violent.
Yeah, this isn't done yet. Full bull. This might be the gamma imbalance. No, I'm still not selling them till next week. 35 CCs in danger? I mean, it looks like it. I sold some 3350s, expecting to get assigned. At what price would one normally get assigned? I mean, $1 in the money, and you should. How much volume on this? Not a lot. Like 500K. My quest to be the greatest CC trader is still intact. I bought back 34s for 90% profit. Nice. I see it too, Dork. Doing big creations. Or, well, yeah, sure. I'm really glad Jimmy hit your grandma imbalance or whatever. Cheers, dog. Thanks. How bullish? We'll see. It looks like it's kind of slowing down. Like that was the initial peak at least. It can do more though. It can definitely do more. No, BBBY is not in XRT. Computer shares buying, would that be today or Monday? There was a hedging imbalance this week on GameStop, like on the market maker side. Also, I'm pretty sure that computer shares buy-ins occur in the morning, not at the end of day. This feels like that weird, yeah, that like 2 o'clock like dark pool dump. The price action starts at 2:15. Which you don't really see. Hmm. Is it hopium or does this look like it's still gonna keep moving? It looks like it's done for now. I'll let you know if it turns around.
No, it's this. Okay, probably coming down a little bit now. Oh, wait. Pretty unlikely if they expire next Friday and they're not super deep in the money. Walking. But there's still an hour and a half before market close. Jamie is currently undecided as to the direction it will be going next. I think up more, but it's still hard to tell. Maybe dumping some internalized volume from active funds since the SPY keeps ripping. That's possible. What price would one be assigned on 33.50 0 DTs? I mean, at $1 in the money, you'll probably get assigned. Especially if they expire today. I'm not sure that the buy pressure is abating. It's consolidating, but there's nothing pushing it down. Can they internalize dark pool dumps? I'm not sure. August 18, 50C are gonna print. Currently driving from New York to California. BBBY 32 just passed me. It's a sign. It's a sign that that guy sold already. You and Jeff Bezos have the same laugh. Well, thank you, Blueberry Batman. Hmm. Spent $100 to close all my weekly CCs this morning. Best decision today. Woke up. Yeah, that's a good one. I closed them yesterday. You know what? I might need to close. I have those other ones that I didn't close. Are those worth any money now? Fuck. They're at like 40, so I'm probably still fine. I just hate logging into this fucking brokerage. They expire today at 40? Yeah, I'm buying this back. Hey. Alright, cool. Those were profitable. Yeah, more expansion. We're gonna do some more upsides. This shit ain't done yet. And this isn't even putting a tiny dent in the 1 hour, like in the build up. What part of the VW chart are we at right now? Hmm. That's interesting. More expansion. Break up. Green. That's IJR. IJH. Can you bring back the secondary graph you're working on? No. More expansion. Take this to help you remember what happens each day with all the stocks you watch? No? Would you agree that this is pretty neat? It's kind of cool. I've made $2,400 on cover calls since the split. Thank you for the confidence in doing so. You're welcome, man. Might be witnessed as Queen of the Bulls. Yes. Expansion meaning more upside? It's starting to collapse a little now though. Thoughts on at the money Tesla puts for September? Not terrible. I don't know, the price suppression doesn't really look very successful now. This is weird because GameStop doesn't usually expand to the upside. Hey, the ETFs are super illiquid. How would Lenixus be right? He predicted August 2nd. I think Yo-Yo might have been right. Will this type of gamut balancing cleaned up by end of day today, or could this continue into Monday? Not sure. I mean, it definitely put some options in the money at 34. They're definitely not the same person. Not at all. What volume do we need to balance gamma? I don't know. It doesn't look balanced. Yeah, someone seriously asked that, Darth Dan. No, Bob. I don't want those 35s in the money, that's for sure. Yeah, but does it matter if they don't want it? I don't know. There's still quite a bit more upside room till this normalizes. I'm going to declare this very publicly and loudly. I am not related to Darth Dan in any way. I don't want it. Danny is my queen. Dude, this is gonna move up again, I think. It's really trying. He's not second in command. Shopify done for puts now? You might have to wait a bit. Oh, it makes me salty. I sold my cat calls for spy puts 3 days ago. That would make me salty too. I held Tesla puts. Expansion? It's moving up. It's moving towards some. It's hard to say. IJR is getting like a little liquidity right now. XRT and GME are still really divergent. Interesting. You see all the sweeps that executed 219, 3450, 3350, 40 calls, 1200 quantity. It was a delta hedge by an MM. Interesting. If someone here were to per se blow up an account, what's the best way to gain capital? Cover calls, CSPs, until I can lose it all on options again. Why not both? How track sweeps? You can see them in the order book, like the time and sales for options.
Alright, I think we formed a peak here. That's a $4 pre-split move. Not that crazy. I think it just looks more dramatic than it actually is, considering how flat the day was leading up to it. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's nice though. It's the first like volumetric upside move we've seen, and we went up $1 on like 140,000 volume. So that means we still have violent upside potential, right? Phew. I'll form your peak. It hasn't like started to recompress, but like it's still staying super diverged. So it could break out more, but right now it's like it looks very stable. My Bobby order was partially filled. Is it a limit order or a market order? Second question, who cares? Was that it? It's still hard to say. CNS. Ooh, more divergence. Hold on. Where's Gaff? I don't know. He's hiding somewhere. Probably freaking out that we accurately predicted FTDs in advance of the report. Me and him stayed up till 4 in the morning trying to figure it out, so 2:30 in the morning, something ridiculous. I just won $5 on a scratch off. I'm now only down 2,756.27 for the day. Nice. Fucking nothing but sunshine in your future. When they gonna have imbalance? Do they have T+2 to resolve that? No, the imbalance already exists. They can resolve it through other means of liquidity besides buying GameStop. I bet everyone's really glad that we talked about the imbalance, though. Especially people who may have been considering selling $34 calls today. Right? Because nobody here would have sold $34 calls after we noted the gamma imbalance on Wednesday. Right? Right, guys? I sold $40 August 5th. You're fine. Why didn't you say something? I did. I put it in the daily DD. I bought back my covered calls. I told everyone why I bought back my covered calls. I told everyone why I wasn't selling covered calls today. It's okay. We might come back down. If this collapses, we'll come back down below 34, so don't freak out yet. Yeah, it's collapsing. We're going to come down hard.
Stop sounding surprised, popcorn trader. It doesn't matter if I do a daily DD or not. You're illiterate and can't read it. My nurse can read it to me. No, I wouldn't sell 36s for next Friday. There's a backlog of FTDs bigger than my hat on GME right now. I would not fuck around with covered calls in the near term until some of this steam blows off and it normalizes volume. Calves, there we go. Are these FTDs in the room with us now? They are. Can you see them, JFresh? They're behind you. BBY still a penny stock? Yep. You didn't miss anything. Look at that mortgage data sheet I sent you previously. I did. Although new home sales performed still pretty well this month. I still think the real truth is somewhere between our two assumptions. Like, I might be assuming a little long, you might be assuming a little short. So somewhere in there, we short the fuck out of the housing market, right? Do I mean since then? No, is it updated? Send it to me again. DM me again, because I don't remember your fucking screen name. Good job, Dr. Sharp. Yeah, once it starts expanding, like, directionally, I can't really tell where it's gonna go. Because it just like opens up, right? So you get like the crossover. And it just looks like that. And if it points up, it looks like it's going up. If it points in, it looks like it's collapsing. But there's really no way to tell how the next candle's gonna move. I need to go spend more money on TradingView. That's all it is. I need tick by tick data instead of minute by minute. Gherk, Dork, they had to blow off some steam, dude. Sega collapse? I have stops, I don't care. I'm probably already out. My stops were pretty close.
Why don't you just get Bookmap? It's not nearly as good. You mean both? Why do I have to buy everything? You get Bookmap. I already bought the fucking, what's it called? The chameleon. So them have good tick by tick data. Hmm. Do you use harmonics? No. And it's still not. Now it's like, it's expanding again? Let me go in like the 15-minute and see what this is doing. Okay, yeah, this looks over. That was interesting though. So it just looks like they blew off some steam. Like if I go out to the 15 or 30-minute, this is way more normal and definitely over. So those of you with 34 Cs, I think you can relax. It's so telling on the longer time frames. Big ass volume candle on IJH, big money stock flow, switch to bullish. No big options as they don't trade much. Okay. So just fucking, okay, well, I mean, at least it lined up. Yeah, it looked like a big surge of that volume came from IJH. Tick by tick equals brick by brick. Thank you so much, Lance Bass. You think the SPY will sustain a move above 412? Maybe? Next resistance is 413-ish. Like just below 413. So it could move up through this range pretty quick. There's just not a lot of resistance here. It's so telling on longer time frames. Also, we should buy smaller time frames. Well, I want the smaller time frames so I can see the movement as it's happening. Versus like the way I get it now where it's like this. I could actually see it like move through and correct. It's something to deal with. Your assumption is probably right, though. If we extrapolate 2008 situationally via a timeline, we're already significantly faster than then. Yeah, and I think that part of that is an effect of many of the commercial, like the defaults on real estate going into this are going to be through commercially owned properties, right? That are owned in like large large like REITs, even private REITs, and like baskets where those loans are now underwater and more exposed to variable interest rates. So I think what we'll see is we'll see the if it crashes, we'll see the crash part of it happen much faster. Like the actual crash, right? So like, the housing market really crashed in like 2009ish, right? And then it didn't peak until like 2012 last time, but I think this time around, we'll see that peak much sooner. I don't know if it'll recover as quickly either, because that could be a lot more housing inventory dumped. I've heard talk that CMBS are going to be the straw that breaks, so to speak. For sure, I think you're on point on that. By peak, you mean bottom of the prices of houses? Yeah, so, the housing market is super influenced by the amount of available inventory, right? And if large groups of commercially owned residential real estate are being dumped into markets simultaneously, right? Say this loan represents like 50 properties, right? In one area. Versus 2008, where, you had like a default here and a default here, and then you'd have a default here and a default here. And then, over time, you'd have all these defaults. With them, increasing in concentration as time went on. This would just be hitting that market with the inventory all at once. And so you would see property prices decline much more rapidly. You're talking about my CMBS thesis? Sort of. We're just talking about like the housing market crash. I think we're mostly on the same page, Dork. Except I don't care about XLF. I think there might be better ways to short than short CMBS directly. Just because CMBS doesn't have that much money to lose. Multifamily CMBS loans are going to be the death of real estate. Good. Don't you want a cheap house? You're still in X? It did some big ups today. No. I'm still in Coal. I don't trust X. Because fucking Jesus Christ. The supply, there's like a lot of discounted inventory in the steel supply chain right now. Which is making it risky as a commodity to bet on. If I think we're heading into a crash, I might move into it again, but BBBY, it's still not $5. Everyone relax. Is this Cohen flopping his dick on the table? What's going on? New Form 4. Ooh. Good.
You just had record EBITDA. Yeah, I still like the my coal play better. I think I have some leaps maybe left on X. I took a lot of profits out of that though already. I don't know. I might. We'll see. If we do have a market crash, I understand how profitable it will be. But if the Fed's successful in a soft landing, it could be the profitability could be very short-lived. And while I think they're failing, there's still a potential they could succeed. Hmm. When did this start shooting up? Is that normalized? Oh, this is, I think this might keep going. I wonder why they're trying to pull all this liquidity right now. That crossed over right as we started to move up. Yeah, this is gonna keep going. Ooh. Maybe quite a bit, actually. Hmm. Oh, big expansion. Who the fuck is Will Mead? Who are these people?
Whatever this is being resolved through ETFs. Kirk, you need to fill out your Form 4. Yeah, it could be Cenas. Will Mead is a sketchy former hedge fund guy who Twitter pumps stuff with 290K followers. When he tweets it, people buy, and he probably front runs the whole thing. Smart. It's about, I think there's more resolution that needs to be done here, but I don't know if it's going to be as violent. Like, BBBY liquidity is kind of normalized now. Not much, though. It wasn't very successful in clearing obligations. I just saw a post saying reportedly only 20 short shares available on GME, visible to the public. That's not unusual. We frequently hit 0 all the time, sometimes for days on end. Yeah, this wasn't a purchase of 4,000 shares or whatever, or 2,000 shares. I expect the spider run to 415 next week, or have we seen the top? I mean, the bearish positioning looks really strong right now. So this may be the top. It's also the SPX Opex, so can you check GME once in a while? I don't think it's really doing anything. It was just coming down from that rip. Yeah, back below we're at 34. For those of you guys in CCs that are stuck at 34. Let me see if this is a... This could be like a good opportunity. It'll probably go down more, actually. It's very interesting. See, what's curious about this is this kind of shit doesn't generally happen until Opex starts. Oh no, this was between May 4th and May 9th, and carried out that little expansion to May 11th. cross. Okay, so I need to look at a longer. Hmm. What's interesting is this is the first time we've had a crossover really since like late April. Let me check the 1 hour. Yeah, we haven't quite crossed over on the 1 hour. So I think overall Jimmy still has some downside. But the setup for an Opex run looks really, really fucking good. We don't have tip touching on longer time frames, but we do have it on shorter time frames. Similar to the August 2020 run. It could be. That's where, well, that's kind of where it gets confusing, is that like back then it had gotten so illiquid that they didn't even cross. Or it was so liquid that they didn't even cross. Yeah. I think that has a lot to do with the shift in weighting over time. Opex is the 19th of August. Yeah, I rolled I rolled most of my spy puts. I kept some of the ones at higher strikes. What was that big bump in price and volume earlier? Kind of looked like they just blew off some steam from like XRT and IJH. I don't know if we'll have a March type run. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I closed them, Saituba. I thought they were for next Friday. They were actually just for this Friday. So, but I closed them. I bought them back for like a penny each. They were at $40. But thank you for reminding me. How long would you keep the ones at higher strikes? Which the spy puts? Maybe into like T+2. I just don't. I don't know. I don't see a lot of bad economic data next week, but that doesn't mean that the positioning isn't complete for the month, right? What do you mean by Steam? FTDs or GEX? It could be either one, and it could be on either asset, so it's hard to say. You know, if they're returning shares to the ETF, they need to go out and buy the individual securities, right? So it could be that. Well, if they wanted the CCs, I feel like they would have failed to have gotten them, right? I still contend that people selling large numbers of CCs really fucks them up. Anything on BBBY with Cohen and Freeman? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they're in no way linked to each other. You have to buy to close your covered calls today, so you don't have to wait until Monday to sell more.
Would you buy a closure cover call today so you don't have to wait till Monday to sell more? I mean, you can do that. Sega collapse was sus as fuck. I got out in time and got back in at a discount. Already recovering and up. Nice. Wonder if this was something we see kind of market wide. A little bit, right? It could have just been like blowing off some internalization too. Let me look at some of the other basket stocks. Uh, um, AMC kind of did a thing. Nordstrom's is just ripping into close. And Snap had one. Let me see if BBBY is gonna keep moving. Ooh, BBBY still doesn't actually look that bad. There's, uh, hmm. DMs. Use XRT to hedge these calls. Look at the timestamps. Oh, interesting. Nice find. For you guys on the Discord, remember that the SPY is not GME. It is not influenced by its options chain in the same way that GameStop is. It is very much unlike GME, and the influence of its options chain is very, very, very small compared to something far more illiquid. I just checked the entire history of GME. We want to double check, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be the lowest volume week for GME in the history of the company. Could be. Yeah, I think we're fairly close. Future bullishness on Bobby is because of intraday cup and handle. No. So like this run on Bobby is much smaller than the run earlier this morning. So I think it has the potential to run more. It just doesn't look like it's gonna.
I'm new to the quant team, or I'm taking my talents to Macros. See ya. I hope you have fun over there. What was since the start? Gotta catch me up. What's going on with the green spike? It just looks like some settlement. Happened on BBBY, happened on GameStop too. Separately, but happened on both. I think BBBY might be getting kind of illiquid. Yeah. Starting to. See that fucking like spread sneaking its way up the chain? It's so cheap. So easy to buy it all. Curious. Cat is a Chad and Spy is a poopy head. Thanks for reading my DD. Welcome back to sub $34 covered call sellers who don't listen. Week 12, week of 12, 23, 21 was currently 200K more volume than this week so far. If we get another 200K volume, then yes, this week lowest. Huh. So unless we get another 200K more volume. Good to have you back, Ben. This is suspicious as fuck. Ooh. Costco just running full speed back to its all-time high. Did anybody ever do the Costco play? Could have just been someone selling out, CJ. They have a pretty small float. I was in it? Nice, Grant. No, I only do losing plays. Went with EPAM instead. Oh, well, that's also good. You mean buying the 150 hot dogs and selling them to homeless people for $3? No. That's... no.
I got in Costco at 4:30, got out at 4:50. Why? But they were October calls. Who gives a shit about yields? I'm just playing the VUP side. I didn't get the October part. I wasn't a tillionaire back then. Fair enough. Fuck, man. I need to start a hedge fund. Did you check out my spy song? No? Fucking make the song. Looks like it was yesterday. Okay. If I sell CCs and get assigned when they expire, what's the latest I would find out? Over the weekend? Or yes, it depends on the brokerage. Sometimes market open Monday, but yeah, at least by then. Or at latest. You'd have like 20,000 times $20. Too embarrassed, I can't sing. A write-up was enough. You have to give it to the one of the musicians then or something. I'm not gonna sing it. What have I done?
fucked up my trading view somehow. I don't know how to fix it. Let's play How Fast Can the Spy Drop in 20 Minutes game. Let's buy Tesla puts end of day potential Monday downside before T+2. You could try. Hmm. No, for some reason the tabs at the top are now like auto hiding, which is driving me fucking nuts. And I don't know how to turn it off. I don't even know where the setting is to turn it off. You son of a bitch. Thanks, Huge Steve. No, it's not Alt F4. Come on. Ooh, SPY do big downs? No, wait, that's not a good weighting for the SPY. APPL. Let's do Amazon. AAPL. That's where I found it. Ooh. The SPY all spent? Interesting. Oh fuck. I think the SPY might be done. Yeah, the longer time frames, it looks like it's got a little bit of room. But on the short time frame, it looks like there's some downside. Kind of rejected off of that, I guess. Don't give me hope. SPY's going to 433. Mark my words. I wouldn't say if it's gonna do it. I don't think it's gonna do it on this leg of the run. There's not much more room for it. It could. I think it could hit. Like, what was it trading at here? 415.45, roughly. What's the SPY's second largest holding? I know its largest holding is Apple. But $34 cover call holders just had an opportunity to get out. I mean, they can still get out for like next to nothing. 34 Cs are 6 cents right now. Microsoft is the second largest holding. Ooh, that's a lot better. Hmm. Interesting. So I going up, what do you mean you think it's done? We'll see. I think it's got like another, maybe like one more leg up, but then after that, you know, and I don't know how far that'll go. I think like 115-ish. Rally. Is this early ETF covering? It's some covering. I don't know. It looks like buy side liquidity is dying off. Please tell me exactly what to do the next 12 minutes. Oh, I don't care. Where can cat get to? I don't really have this like laid out for Caterpillar right now. Hmm. Directionally, this is telling me anything. Yeah, that looks like almost as hard as the run up in January. Son of a bitch. So this like bear rally is as strong, almost as strong as the one in January. Like January like 27th, and it's peaking. Although I guess in November 1st, it also had like kind of a really hard push. But question is, that indicate downside? Not really. I wonder if Microsoft earnings fuck that up. Hmm. All right. It means there's like, I don't know. It means it doesn't look like there's a lot of room for it to run without pulling back pretty hard. Are my SPY 385p for September 9 safe? 385 for September 9? You're kind of far out of the money, but JPET was based god, am I right? Yeah, we're SPY shilling now. What'd you think of accurately predicting FTDs in advance, Gaff? How'd that make you feel? Like knowing them before you got the report. This is what happens when the Federal Reserve pumps the debt market. We're going to see hyperinflation and new all-time highs for the indexes. I don't know. The Fed's got to offload some bags this weekend. Tesla gamma squeeze initiated. No, but probably a very interesting T+2. Not gonna lie, I'm glad I wasn't wearing my good pants. This is the most bullish I've ever seen you about anything. SEC and IEX won their case on delimit order type, maybe some correlation. Interesting. Have you re-entered SPY puts? Yeah. Are you or Michael Burry? No. I would never hold something open for that long. That's ridiculous. Who has better eyes? You or Michael Burry? Well, I have two of them. Ba-dumps. Doesn't Burry have 35 million in SPY puts? Let's hope he's right. I hope he averaged up. Joke's on you. Burry has more than two. BBBY fighting to stay at $5. Good for it. Imagine being able to tell your friends and family this weekend that it's not a penny stock. Rip those 34 covered calls. I don't have any. I'm pretty sure people probably bought them back for the pennies they're worth right now walking. It costs like $4 to buy back a fucking $34 covered call right now. How far in the money does a call have to close to exercise? I mean, technically, a penny. You could get exercised if you're in the money at all. It doesn't have to be like deep in the money. The likelihood is a little lower. You can get exercised if you're out of the money. Which is great, obviously, but it doesn't happen very often. We need to go back and blind backdate. Like, pretend we don't have the FTD data. Use the chart to predict the same 1 to 5 severity lines, and then compare to actual FTV percentage and percentage FTD change numbers. Sounds like we got our weekend planned out, Gaff. I guess we're going to have to cancel the trip to Kava. $4.2 million worth of MOC trades placed. Is that a fuck ton too? 4.2 billion? Yeah, that's not a small number. What does getting exercise mean? It means that somebody buys your shares from you and exercises their right as the contract purchaser. Algorithm lost control. Jesus Christ. Sure. Are there a lot of BBBY OI calls at 5? Yeah. Would you consider that a double bottom on BBBY? On the long term, it doesn't look bad. Oh, interesting. That's why you go long. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Atomic, you want to figure out what the reduction in institutional ownership on BBBY has been since Opex, since March Opex? Dumb question. Technically, just bought Monday SPY puts with funds that settle Tuesday. I then deposited cash now that will settle Monday. So when I sell Monday puts, that's not a GFV, right? If you sell them today, it will be. Do we have new filings for that? Since the new ones won't come out till August 15th. There's some are reported, I think, on Fintel. You can see what's filed so far. They won't all be out until the 15th, but I think I might have figured out a reason. Turns out the rejection is exactly 4,968,000 shares. Just curious about something. Ding ding. I see your head might be where my head's at there, Gaff. So GameStop having a nice little pop into the end of the day. Some actually moderately decent volume. We almost hit 1 million, which was nifty. SPY pretty much ran all the way into close, tapping 413 before coming down. Lots of bearish positioning on SPX, on SPY. Some long positioning on VIX, it looks like. I would say that this could be the end of the SPY's current run. We may see a pullback. It may not be like a big pullback, but I think we'll see at least some pullback into early next week. What else that I want to cover? I guess, yeah, BBBY had kind of an interesting day too. Big run up earlier on almost no volume, and then a much higher volume run up at the end of the day, which kind of coincided with some clearing done on other basket stocks. I don't know what the hell else is in IWM. I guess Express is. So this is showing some correlation. I think Nordstrom's, AMC, and GME are not anymore. Those are all, yeah, those are all mid caps now. I'll have to see what else I can use to see if these moves are basket wide for Bobby. But, you know, Express lines up as well with the early move and the move at the latter half of the day. IWM lines up, right? So those both look good. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the SPY and futures over the weekend. I will be having the members only stream Sunday, 12:30 p.m. as usual. And I'll see you guys all next Monday. Thank you so much. When you talk Opex dates, I'm going to have a DD out over the weekend, but probably just mapping out the FTD schedule and everything and the schedule into August Opex so I can refer people to that and stop telling people when fucking Opex is. Like, this is our 5th Opex and people still don't know that it falls on just, you know, the settlement period after the 3rd Friday. But it's okay. We'll get there. Eventually everyone will understand. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you Sunday or Monday, depending. Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
this yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.